Hello, everyone. We are here. How is everyone doing? Mini Art, Screw Road, Squid, Burb who left right away. How's it going? I have there it is. I need to hydrate 3 times. Real quick. One. Dude, the beginning of these streams always feel so anticlimactic without any music. It's just so quiet because this game doesn't have any music in the title screen.
That is true.
Yeah. So, usually, you go into Persona 5 or whatever, and it's just like, you got the title screen jamming at you. With, like, at the very least, the PlayStation noises showing up. This is not the case.
No, this is Ace Attorney noises right now.
Yeah, just
silence.
Complete silence.
Okay, you can just slap the menu with your gavel a few times.
Yeah, this is the music now. Doesn't this sound nice? Mini Arts Daily Hydration.
I'm sure people would get annoyed.
Thank you, Mini Arts. It's good that you're doing good despite your neighbors. Who needs the loud neighbors to ruin your fun?
Yeah.
This is true. Wait, I need to... Right, I need to load... This way we can get the, Okay, right, yeah, this started right away. I forgot that I saved right before it. So let's get the preview back in again. One more look. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. I only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes. Over a game of cards. Is that good water?
I'm so ready for this.
Scot and Eugh are here also, is that not obvious?
Yeah.
That's how we first met.
Goodbye.
7 years ago. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Let's go. A lot of that I've been looking forward to here, huh? April 19th.
Oh,
District Court County Lobby No. 2. Oh, I'm nervous. I don't even really know what to expect here. I know that we're going at this point. We got some people. These guys are
nervous.
You do have some people.
This is gonna be a wild ride.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I'm Phoenix again also, which is great news, by the way.
You are.
I'm very excited about that. Okay, it's a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Okay, gotta try and relax.
Phoenix crushing his bag of potato chips.
Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. This is just my voice, not Phoenix's
Sorry to
voice.
have thrown this on you so suddenly.
Enigmar. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared.
I understand I'm asking you the impossible of possible... Fuck. I'm asking the impossible of you.
You mess up your lines, Enigmar! Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. You're red? That's not allowed.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Oh my god.
Haha, I'm glad you came.
Oh yeah, he does have like a matching cape to Trucy's, but it's like red instead of blue. Hers is red now, so.
You okay, Daddy? Did I pick it on you? I am fine, as always.
Shady. Yeah, this is Zach, okay.
This little boy here is gonna help me, after all.
That's young man to you. Good morning.
Young man.
That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What is she talking about? Oh.
Oh boy.
Huh? Me? Look what she started.
Here.
I'm so not used to voicing Phoenix. What's this? It seems fate.
Has been a little bit.
Yeah. A look will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifique Gramarye.
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. I told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair.
The old boy. Isn't he like 30?
They said it was really important. No. What's this? A memo for you or some such?
Not from the looks of it. What is this? It's like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Notebook page out of the court record. I already read it!
Well, how do you feel about the trial today?
We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Oh, was he new?
Ah, an easy win then, yes?
Your guy, his name's Winston Payne.
They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of prosecutor's office. Thoroughbred? Of course, there's one of those every year. Yes!
Well, switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it's a difficult situation I put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today.
Squidicus just subscribed for 24 months, 2
Whoa.
years. Yeah, that is 2 years. What the hell? Thank you, Squid. I appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't know you were that far up. That's crazy. Thank you so much, dude. You have been subbed. Yes, for a very long time. Apparently, I forgot how much. That's 2 years. I don't know. Here, I have 2 hearts. I can do that. 2 hearts for 2 years. Thank you, Squid. I appreciate that. Go, put it back together. Create one whole heart. Gaming.
Yeah.
Gaming.
So, do your best, but do not worry.
First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can.
I'll see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict.
Impossible.
Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy.
Juicy looks adorable. My first look at the case was only yesterday. And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can. For their sake.
I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright.
Remember when we first played through this, you were legit nauseous and had to take a break because the thought of playing a trial where Phoenix loses his job and livelihood makes me sick. I respect that, Alex. I absolutely respect that. It's freaking... I care about this, man. And I feel you. I absolutely feel you. My client is Shady Enigma, known to the world as Zach Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. Zach Gramarye is the prime suspect. Added the word prime in there for effect. April 19, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom No. 7.
Hoo boy. Got that OG music.
Yes, we do. Yeah, I did not think about that at all.
The very first game. They did.
Prime gaming suspect, yeah.
Gonna be amazing. Time to go to my roots. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh, hello. What? Hello.
Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Interesting.
Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new crime? I don't really get it.
A new crime. You should be up to date with those, Judge.
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts?
Are you Christoph or Clavier? I'm pretty sure you're Christoph, but you're giving off some real Clavier energy. I mean, your brother is obviously.
Concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again?
Oh, wait, this.
Clavier. Clavier Gavin.
Oh, this is Clavier. Okay.
Christoph is a defense attorney.
Right! He was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I came to get the party started. Legally. Yeah?
Legally, yeah. I forgot about that, actually. I thought we were going up against Kristoff, because, like, this whole case was, like, something that happened between Kristoff and Phoenix that just, like, ruined him. So that's why I made that assumption. It's interesting.
Gavin! Defense attorney Christoph Gavins! Ah, because my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Clavier Gavin. We're still fighting off against Clavier, and I'm happy about that.
Even going back into the past.
He's still here. My love follows me everywhere I go. Lead singer for the mega hit band, the Gavineers.
He's in my past, in my future.
Yes! You're out of your league, Rock Boy. Rock Boy? The
know what
Phoenix
you're
Sprites
thinking.
also.
You're out of your league, Rock Boy.
People read him like a goddamn fiddle, dude. Screw Road, why do you start streaming just to raid with a party over one? It doesn't make much sense, my guy. Clavier is the second best prosecutor in the series, Squid says with a highlight message of 100 points. I love Clavier, so I respect that opinion. I obviously don't know most of them, but Clavier is amazing.
True. My debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight.
I did say people read him like a goddamn fiddle, didn't I? I gotta combine two phrases, one of which is completely unrelated.
But that's just a hobby to me compared to this. Yeah?
Fair enough, Squid. Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up. Air attorney, right?
Why don't you call him something stupid, like Air Spiky or something? Why do you disrespect Apollo?
Well, perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Ah, tune, baby. Time to call upon the opening act.
Screw Rod, we know that the Tails account is you. We asked you last time to stop with them, so please.
What was his name again? Ah, yes! Detective Gumshoe. Hit it!
Gumshoe! Yes! He's here too? Oh, he's just the exact same guy. Gumshoe never changes.
This is not 7 years later.
Yeah.
It's like right after the last time we saw Gumshoe, so I don't...
I guess that is true, isn't it, actually? Yeah.
It's like 2 months after the last case of the third game.
Yeah. Still, he never changes, though.
And you are?
I'm so happy that Gumshoe is here.
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir.
I didn't know who to expect, like, as coming back. Like, I didn't even really think too hard about it, but Gumshoe is here, and I'm happy.
Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Don't know if he was in this game, but here he is.
Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see.
Hey, you!
Huh? Me?
Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today. See?
What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? It's true.
Detective, this is my stage. Can the antics.
Huh?
All this hey-youing and such.
You wanna, like, stop Gumshoe's dialect? You're not gonna have an easy time with that, Clavier.
And I could care less about your history together.
Very Gumshoe Pogtail.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, if you would, please tell us about the case at hand.
It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital.
It's Gumshoe. I was just thinking, like, man, their sprites look so much less HD. I wonder why.
I'm not playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney HD on Steam. Weird.
Strange.
The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the scene.
Chill, this is about you.
The victim was a patient, asleep in the hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and BAM! Lights out. I gotta remember what Gumshoe was. I don't at all.
It's been a while.
I don't remember my Phoenix in this lane. I know my Phoenix was basically just my voice, but like a little bit with a inflection change, but still.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
How does he do that?
Ah, yes, sir. A great magician. He retired years ago, though. Oh, shit, this clave. Fuck. I say, the name Magnifie to one of my generation, and you'll be lucky to get a blank stare.
You'd be lucky to get a blank stare, I see. I wanna, so...
Goddamn profiles.
I like checked a couple of them, but there's obviously more here. So we have Mr. Zach Grammary, who we are defending. This is the man who died in hospital, which is good to know. We have Trucy Enigmar. Yeah, her name, she had Trucy right, but she's Trucy Enigmar. Already dresses the part of a magician to the hilt. She followed her dreams, and that's all that matters. Man is dead, deserved, why? Star prosecutor and leader/vocalist for the rock group The Gavineers. He's awesome. Homicide detective at the local precinct. Is he? Oh my god, yeah, he's only 17. What the hell? In charge of the initial investigation.
Even younger than Francisco when you met her originally.
Really weird. He's just that awesome.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciple is even better. I dare say Troop Grammary has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired magnet has been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A madly ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah.
Hey, Nar. Yeah, Gumshoe.
A magnet tumor, perhaps.
A magnificent tumor, actually.
That tasty tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer.
Yeah.
He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
It was a mercy killing. That's not a bad thing.
Facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right.
Where did the bullet hole come from?
Who put that bullet hole there? Who threw that there?
Squidderdine to highlight message liver.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven.
Good, Nar. Play that. Enjoy it. Have a good time. Paul was your age at the time of this trial? That is weird.
Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die?
Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes? I didn't know if he said that weird or Scott did.
No, I said it weird. I don't know. I don't know why I decided to say it weird.
Diabetes.
I don't know why that feels in character for Gumshoe.
It does. I mean, he literally did something like that 5 seconds ago.
In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin.
Awesome.
When he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene.
So he was gonna get shot up with drugs, but instead, he got shot up with a bullet.
Damn it.
So poetic.
Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
Small syringe added to the court record.
I believe the question before us is clear then.
Yeah.
I'm glad you liked it, Nar.
Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man?
I don't know.
What reason could he have had? I don't know. It wasn't me.
What?
We'll see about that, pal.
That's one of our more subtle recurring jokes. Is going wasn't me with the judge, as if he's committed every single murder in this entire series.
He probably has, honestly. He's actually the mastermind.
Makes sense. All of them are connected.
Yeah, that makes sense. Even the Canadian judge.
Yes. Better.
Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
No.
Ah, damn. Case over, everyone. Go home. Okay. The circumstances? Okay, pay attention, time.
Actually, the victim had kind of ordered the defendant to do him in.
Okay. Yeah, so a
Gamer
mercy kill. Well, yeah, a mercy killing.
A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder.
Murder should be legal.
The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead.
Wait,
Like, anyone.
Phoenix's like whole thing now is like he wants to change the legal system, right? The entire thing is that he wants to make murder legal so he doesn't have to defend idiots anymore. That's what it is.
I admire the theory.
Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What?
The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
Saying the victim ordered his own shooting. Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
The music.
Whatever the hell this says, I can't fucking read it.
You know, we don't even know what it says. We didn't read it. We can presume.
Whatever the hell this says.
Very unusual indeed. It was written in some foreign script. I don't get it.
Cursive.
Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. I can only read that part, though. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why.
I think I should probably read this.
Nah.
Oh, okay. To my beloved student, Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will be ready. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifique Grammar. Well, that doesn't necessarily say that he wanted him to shoot it. Well, yes, it does actually. Lowering my life. Okay, never mind.
Please, take a gun. Shoot me in the head. It doesn't mean you're gonna shoot me, though. Okay.
You know, missed that crucial part. I gotta make theories.
That wasn't even a theory. That was a... Wait, what if he didn't tell him to kill him when he asked him to kill him?
Yeah, you know? You gotta look for
What
evidence
if?
and shoot yourself down sometimes. What if?
Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
No.
I also want you all to know that I'm gonna be a bad streamer today, and I have my phone notifications on because I'm waiting for a notification that the new Hyrule Warrior, or the Skyward Sword Joy-Con are up, because that just goes out on, goes out of stock 2 minutes after it happens. So if you see me looking down and to the right, it's because I got a Twitter notification and I'm waiting for them. I don't know if they'll happen, but
Have you been doing this for the past, week?
no, the past today, because there was a tweet from Nintendo. It said that Amazon pre-orders, the page is up, but the pre-orders aren't available yet. So I'm waiting for the notification that the pre-orders are up.
I don't think... I don't know, we'll see. They said it would only be in retail.
Well, no, it was already
released.
There was already a pre-order on Target, GameStop,
shit.
and somewhere
Never
else.
mind, you watch your phone then if
Yes!
you want them.
The only retailer left is Amazon, and I want them so badly. So I'm waiting. I'm just waiting.
Dang.
I want Phoenix Energy. That's a very big compliment to me.
Unfortunately, he didn't defend himself. People, that shit.
Gumshoes, sound like you're eating snackoos right now.
Snackoos.
It's a detective thing.
One thing bothers me about this. Yeah, they're all getting sold out. Why didn't he just say...
All the snackoos are sold out.
Why didn't he just say 11? Why haven't come at 11:05 without some specific reason? That's a good point, actually.
Ah, the devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Yeah, they are 80 bucks.
Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour, starting at 11. The victim, Magnifique Grammar, was given an IV.
An IV? I turned off the game.
Yeah. Not like from Pokemon.
Of course.
Oh yeah, there it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
It's green.
11, a doctor would come to set up the IV.
We would do
30
IV
minutes
training.
later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail.
Also, is there a gunshot wound in that clown's head off to the left?
Well, they figured, if they're here to shoot one guy, they might as well shoot the other one in the room, Get rid of all the witnesses. Yeah.
So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. Squid redeemed a highlight budget for 100 channel points. Well, Scott, if you're so smart, how good were his IVs?
Oh, they're not very good. That's why he's dead.
True.
I'm not sure how much the Joy-Cons will be. That's a good question,
They
actually.
are. They're $80.
Okay.
They're $80 everywhere. Because Joy-Cons are stupidly expensive.
They are.
I'm a consumer, okay? They look good. I don't buy. I needed an extra pair of Joy-Con for a while anyway, and they look cool as shit. I want them.
Yeah, you might as well get the sick Joy-Cons, I guess. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Oh, Phoenix. The circumstance. Dude, look, cool screen. I missed it.
Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to
Hold
do
it!
him in.
Dude, I can hold it as Phoenix and not as Apollo. This is the best. Even though I pretty much was just the one screaming, hoping, shut up, let me have this. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it.
Oh, I disagree. The victim was, indeed, shot in the forehead, after all, just as he had commanded.
It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal.
Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play
I
it
see
fast.
Screw Road.
That's cool.
On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
That's what I was on with.
So let me take a
2
look
days
at...
before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder.
That sucks, dude.
Oh,
So, we got the clown with the gun and the man with the gun, I think, unless it's just a black spot. That's the
Man with
gun.
gun pointed towards
That's a
him.
band-aid on the pillow. That's pretty weird. Who hurt that pillow? I don't know what that is. What's next? His autopsy report. Estimated time of death of 11 to 11:30 p.m., which matches up with the letter. Loss of blood from bullet wound. These tumor confirmed in the victim's liver, which is good to know. Oops. And this one that says, again, it seems fate's will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's mark, I give thanks. Work, fuck. Keep thinking that's an M. Farewell!
Work fuck.
And then the chart itself, in 3 months. The tumor and liver is progressed. The final stage of the hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes. Requires regular insulin. Okay. And there's a syringe and shots. She's been washed. Has been watched and shows no sign of use. Then why is it even a piece of evidence? I'll probably know later. Okay. With that, we can continue. Hey, I know you're like talking for a while, but can you hold it for me? Thanks.
No.
And this letter was sent by the victim. Gumshoe. Oh my god, Gumshoe.
Soldier?
Is Scott dead?
No. I
there
have
it is.
never...
Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. I said I was
I've
being
never
right back.
voiced Gumshoe in my life.
I said I was being right back.
Oh,
Huh? I didn't hear you.
ignored you.
I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Or someone else's. One of the two.
I see. 50-50 chance.
Might have been mine.
It could have been. Well, I know it wasn't mine, which rises the chance like point something percent in the favor of the victim, and
That's
that
true.
means it's majority. Haha! Score one
Damn.
for the boys.
Damn, Gumshoe. I didn't lose. I was just
Gumshoe Squad.
ascertaining the facts.
Score one for the boys.
Why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
Yeah, usually
Back
you
in
would
the
write-
day.
Back in the day.
you would
That is a good
order
idea,
your own
Scooter.
death in person.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
It's commonplace. Shut
No,
your
it's not.
stupid mouth. So anyway, I was gonna go keep up while I'm ahead. Guess I will do that. Yes.
Okay. Hold it! Why did he do it, though? How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your talking for you, pal.
I love Gumshoe so much.
Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Oh, maybe you need to grow up a backbone, you little bitch.
Gumshoe! Gumshoe! You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective.
Oh, Gumshoe.
Oh,
You also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Phoenix and Gumshoe is amazing.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecutor's claim.
The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead? I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, clearly! He shot something else! Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yeah? I don't know what...
Yeah.
Yes?
What does this letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes?
Well, bingo.
Yeah.
That's why the defendant popped him in the head with the forehead. Wait, no, popped him in the forehead.
Yeah. No, Squid, he means like until after my break. The last one until before that is this next weekend. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection? What? And you can prove that with this photo?
I can prove he had a choice, yes. Yes. The defendant might have fired, like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead.
I seem to have gotten a lot younger. I don't know what happened. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot?
I don't know.
The victim was too busy playing on his Nintendo 3DS to be shot.
Right there.
Too busy playing
Take that!
Nintendo 3DS on his Nintendo 3DS.
Yeah,
His
of course.
Nintendo Switch.
The clown doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too, and no one noticed somehow.
Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Why?
Yes,
And there's
and a
a
hole
hole
in
in
the
the case.
prosecution's claim.
Hole in my forehead.
That's the most obvious Phoenix is going to say ever.
Yeah, well, Phoenix is awesome.
Objection! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll.
No, I absolutely don't. He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead.
His forehead?
The Clavier sprites. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You'll shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. That's crazy.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. But bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Oh shit.
Objection! I
You
admit,
can accept those two.
I'm impressed. But I expected nothing less.
I am a seasoned ace attorney, okay? Defense attorney.
Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Yeah, it does. Objection! the really crunchy Phoenix objection. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead, as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. The only way that he had to follow his orders was taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Yet, Prosecutor Gavin is right.
Impress you saw the clown was obviously shot, yeah.
It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence.
Game.
You cannot say for sure that the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall.
How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into your account as you continue your testimony.
So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, you stupid moron.
That is really mean of you to say, actually.
Gumshoe is super cool.
So, let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim.
Hey, not a bad summary, pal.
More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever.
That was really more of a confirmation than a summary.
We think so alike, Clavier. We should go on a date or something, you know?
But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself.
Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me?
Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony?
I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully.
Actually, the victim kind of ordered him to do it.
And read this letter carefully. Was this the letter? There's two letters. You won't trust the task of lowering my life's curtain. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Okay. So no letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. That's not true. It's untrue. Bullet was fired from a pistol sound at the scene, no doubt about it. We don't have the gun as evidence right now, actually, which is interesting. I want to go back and read what this last thing said because I was not paying full attention there. Confirmation, 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 yeah.
Confirmation, confirmation. Mocking, 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 mocking.
I mean, testimony might be my only source of information, but pay attention and read this letter carefully. Okay, so that was the letter, which I figured. So that means that the letter itself is probably the piece of evidence that I need to present if I know anything about Ace Attorney, which I don't. So, lowering my last curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m., and that is when he died. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, cool. He didn't specify that it was April 13th, though, so you never know.
Come on, the 13th, but any 13th is fine.
Yeah, just any of them. Okay. Victim kind of ordered the defendant to him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. Untrue. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. Yeah. Yeah. Pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
Yeah.
What if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. Those are the only two, like, really a piece of evidence that feel like it. We still don't know why, like. Well, no, that makes sense. Just, again, mercy killing, that's the whole point. I mean, like, I see it as a possibility that I could just be, like, just present this here, but, like, we just went on a whole spiel about, you know, but he didn't necessarily do it. It's like, oh, yeah, are you sure? Like, we're talking about the letter. I feel like that would be a little bit weird, but, I mean, this game has had weirder. So, I don't know, that is good to know. This thing also intrigues me, because we just got this from Trucy. I don't know if we'll need it yet.
Yeah.
Most of my last word, I give thanks, farewell. This is all, like, is less than 10 minutes remain. Which is interesting. We'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind, but I don't necessarily think that's for a here and now. And I also pressed everything here. Got it. Yeah, we already went through all of this. I really don't have a lot of evidence. I think I have like a decent basic grasp of this thing. When... Oh, yeah, I haven't even like checked out a couple of these things. I'm doubtful that it'll even really come to anything, but this is probably the only one that I can actually check like this, but I always hate getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Ugh. Wait! Magnifi used this to inject his insulin. Why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. So that's a good piece of information there. There are no traces of being...
Pretty good.
That makes sense, actually, yeah. Nothing else here. I'm assuming that just says it on here now. No, but that is useful information. Thank you, Phoenix, right? Does that have any useful information for this specific testimony? I don't think so. For the old man in the forehead, bullet hard there. Pistol belonged to old man, would've shot the clown, still shot the victim, pal. Not necessarily, so... I don't think that has anything to do with this. You know, yada yada yada. It's definitely... It's gotta be this letter, I think. It's either like... The letter, or... Yeah, the tumor, yada yada.
Lots going on in this testimony.
Yeah. Actually, there's really not too much.
No, there's everything.
Okay. I could try the other thing just to, like... get rid of the possibility. I don't want to do that so early into the case, but, you know, it's something I could do.
You could do that. Yes, you could do that.
You see, now, like, Scott just, like, reaffirming that makes me believe myself both more and less, because that's what he does. I'm gonna try it. That's when we shot the old man in the forehead. It would either be, like, with this piece of evidence specifically, it would either be that or this piece. I haven't presented anything here. But, like, again, like, I pressed it and they went on a whole thing about this. So... But at the same time, I feel like if I'm gonna press anything, it's gonna be this new testimony, right? That would just make sense. Fuck my life! Objection! Please? Objection?
Pretty please.
Objection!
Wow.
Okay, there we go.
On a good day.
The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Yes, it is.
Your fault, dude.
True.
I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Reich.
Oh, must be on the wrong track. That wasn't even anything cool. There was no awesome dialogue.
You got the generic dialogue.
Sad. Get the straight, you're saying shot the fire. Yeah. Not a bad summary, yeah. Please not with himself. These people every messages will mock me. Putting in the testimony. I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. The testimony might be my own information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. It's gotta be the letter. So is it just the other line then?
I hate.
Yeah. Because this letter specifically says, I will ready a gun with which you will shoot, yeah. So, it was his gun. That's not a contradiction. Not a contradiction. Last one, shot the old man in the forehead. What happened? We're gonna try it. This is what I was gonna do originally. Let's get me just down to the lowest health possible so I can make the rest of this case just like really freaking intense, you know? I think that's a really good idea.
It's a good plan.
Oh, I accidentally fucking presenting the attorney's badge. Objection!
Yeah.
The evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
Oh, is that a contradiction?
generic, let's go.
No contradiction.
They aren't, are they? I love that.
Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think about the facts over before you shit everywhere, or I don't know.
I didn't think that would make sense, but, you know, I know that this game can do stuff like that, so might as well check it. So I know, again, Phoenix mentioned reading this carefully, you know. To my beloved student, Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th at 11:05 p.m. I'll be ready with a gun with which you will shoot, one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifique Gramarye. Okay. Is this one more difficult, or am I just missing it?
That's a good question, actually. I don't know. Let me pull up my epic gamer powers.
Well, just the fact in general that you don't know what it is makes me feel a little bit better about it anyway.
I'm not even paying attention.
Yeah. Wasn't talking about you.
I'm elsewhere.
I'm just there.
I'm elsewhere.
In a different realm.
I've come into a different realm.
You have no memory of this part of the trial, honestly? Fair.
Yeah, alright. Let me do the thingamajigger. Hello, gamer.
Gamer.
What is section? Okay. I see.
Yeah. Let's see, I forgot about it. And we don't have the pistol or anything.
You
blacked out the server for Phoenix, fair. Yeah?
Okay. This is just one extremely long testimony.
Yeah.
It's been kind of like developing over the course of these like few little things.
What?
What do you have right now? What are all your statements?
This is like, I have, actually the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent in a letter ordering the defendant did what it has asked of him. The bullet was fired from the pistol. Pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Sort of he shot the clown. He was still shot the victim pal. The victim pal. Which is still not necessarily true, but we've been over that.
God, why is this testimony so needlessly complicated? What the heck?
It's just complicated and interesting.
Yeah, for no apparent reason. I didn't remember that.
Yeah, like this doesn't feel like it has to be complicated. Where are the profiles?
But you can't present profiles in this game.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to check them.
But you need to do some press.
Oh, again, it's one of those where you have to press an earlier statement after pressing a later one.
You just need to do some press.
I think there's stuff you didn't press, maybe.
I'm pretty sure I pressed all of these, but I guess I could be wrong.
Did you press the last statement?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I've done that a couple times. Let me get this straight. You shot him. Not a bad summary. Yeah, I've definitely done this one.
Yeah.
Let me just press the rest of them, see if there was one I missed or something. I'm pretty sure I pressed all of them, so it might just be a case of having to press an earlier statement again, which has only happened like
Perhaps.
1 or 2 times in the series. So I'm not gonna feel too bad about that.
In this game before too, so press.
Did it? I don't even remember that.
That's difficult.
Just because you got the letter doesn't mean you went through with it. I disagree. The victim wasn't being shot in the forehead. It could be a setup. Let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change? Take spell. Is that new? I don't think so.
What is your current evidence?
Play so as well as I can play it fast. I'm gonna
as well.
Evidence.
Just to make sure you're all caught up to speed.
Attorney's badge, crime photo, autopsy report, notebook page, chart, syringe, and letter.
Okay, you're where I thought you were. So yeah, you need to do some pressing.
Let's just press. And this letter was sent by the victim. This, yeah. Huh? Hey, the handwriting's his. I see. Score 1 for the boys.
The boys get a score this time.
Yeah.
So anyway, okay, cool.
Yeah, you keep being your gum. You know, we all love you equally.
We all do, it's very true. Hold it! But it might have been the clown's forehead he shot.
Oh,
Oh, this
okay.
new.
So we practiced on the doll and shot first. On him.
This should have also just worked with presenting the letter, but fuck my life, I guess. He practiced in the middle of the hospital? Anyone could have come in at any moment.
Yeah, but no one did come, did they, pal? The sads. So now this is what I would have done. Anyway, look before you shoot, I say.
Might I suggest we move on? This is getting us nowhere.
Patience. We'll get there sooner than you think.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony, detective.
Okay, so that wasn't even it. So, okay, it makes sense that the press didn't work there for the present, but... The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? Is this... I think we've seen this. It's a funny-looking... gun? I don't recall this, actually.
It's funny-looking guns, there's no mistake in it. We haven't seen this.
No, we haven't. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired
Did
from
I
the
just
gun.
miss pressing this one, then?
You...
Yeah.
It's very possible.
I don't remember if this statement was here since the beginning. But the rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match.
Again, you know, I lost the 2 health points just to make things more tense. It was completely intentional. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words.
You betcha.
I didn't even do anything!
Cool.
No, I must have done that then, I feel like.
Alright,
Because
well,
I'm pretty sure I remember the gun showing up like that. Why are you so certain?
One pile of sand has even had been stuck in. That was a new statement, I think.
Yeah.
You never heard of Zach and Valance quick draw shoot 'em?
Huh? What's that?
One of the defendant's specialties.
Oh, hello.
Zach and Valance stand on either side of a girl.
What? No way.
Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage, especially the audience. Those are the pistols they used in their show.
Okay.
Got a great design, huh? My kid. Not my kid.
My
my kids? Oh. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear.
You know, that would explain a lot about the police force.
Troop Brambury stopped doing that after a while ago.
True though. Oh my god.
The old man held on that pistol ever since.
There we go. The court would like to see the pistol in question.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, fine. Here.
Yeah, I was definitely under the impression that I'd press everything. Guess not.
Try to call the bailiff to get rid of you.
That's okay.
I said that.
You said no.
Yeah,
He
oh,
definitely
fine,
didn't.
never mind.
Well, this truly is a blast from the past.
It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see?
Yeah.
But it can fire real bullets, I think. Let me check on you, Mr. Judge. Pew, pew, pew.
It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV.
Yeah, but it can only hold 1 round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently.
No.
Oh my
Plus,
god.
the video surveillance camera attached shows video footage.
The
of
video
the
surveillance camera on the gun. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun?
Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves.
Dang.
We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own.
I mean, if you stretch that, you want to say that, sure.
Ah, intriguing point, well made.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made and not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence.
There it is. That's what I wanted.
My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this.
My children love it.
But now it's
Grandchild
time to
fucking
return to our
sucks.
testimony.
Okay, yeah. That was just what I was
wannabe shot the clown. You still shot the victim, you stupid and
Fires
stupid.
one real
dumb
bullet,
one.
rifling mark, smash bullet found in the victim. Wait, what do you mean fires one real bullet? Does it... It only can fire one real bullet?
There's only one bullet room in
Yeah, there's probably only
Okay.
one bullet.
Oh, that
in
makes
the
okay.
chamber at a time.
Well, if that's the case, then what? Did he shoot the clown? He's like, all right, reload time.
Wait there, I need to reload.
I'm reloading.
Need to oh, whoa, that was...
It's time to get shot.
Damn, that gun got like up close and personal.
Hello. Well, I need to do it at the top. Hello.
You can like you can see the definition and the inside of the barrel.
Yeah, that is actually kind of impressive. Anything in here? Hello? Hello?
Oh shit.
It's okay, there's no rifle gun in the barrel. I mean bullet. That's the word.
Just a rifle.
No rifle.
What?
I don't see anything on here to check, which means I probably just need to present that onto something. Again, it only fires one real gun, so...
What?
What are you doing?
It only fires one real gun.
First you're loading
One.
rifles and then you're shooting real guns?
So, which testimony would best present the gun on? I mean, that one would make sense, because that's like kind of saying 2 shots.
Everyone's talking about real guns, I suppose.
Yeah. There was asked him and shot the old man in the forehead. 3 days before it happened, victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Actually, the victim caught it. Yeah, let's go to the last one. You want to know what, Gumshoe? Let me objection you to tell you what.
No.
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
No.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, but it's like I said, pal. He sometimes just says no. It's fine. He's like, no.
I have no idea, Alex.
After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Okay. Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
I'm sorry, I was tired. The murder weapon.
Hello, Elizabeth. It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds 1 bullet at a time.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. You're being picky today.
If he'd shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too!
Was it?
Gumshoe didn't even move, he just went,
Objection.
Yerg!
Not a contradiction. Not even close.
Transty was in chat, that's fair.
Yeah, but you're close to being...
All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection! Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? Moron! They're not so easy to come by, you know! If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it!
Gun, idiot!
His gun shot out the gun that had another bullet in it!
The gun shot the gun and the just kept going. It was an infinite loop
Infinite
until
loop of gun.
there was a bullet eventually.
Fellow Gladiator sprites.
I had a
I
feeling
don't.
this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started.
Oh, shit.
And I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sale.
True! And utter lack of humility. He can be as awesome as he wants to, Phoenix.
Well, what's this?
Still weird this is the last case in this game.
It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Yeah.
Like I said, Air Detective was just the warm-up act. I'm shooting.
Okay.
And now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
I'm ready.
Miss Phoenix crushing the anime voice. The new voice actors are good, but you have a soft spot for the non-VAs. Fair. Ready for
Ready
what?
for despair.
For my decisive witness, of course. a witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramarye who shot the victim in the forehead.
Awesome. I love how he points to me. He does. His finger goes right to me. I've seen that. It's awesome.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Spelled very weird, man.
Court is adjourned.
Bye forever.
Bye, Judge.
That was Gumshoe. That was Gumshoe saying goodbye forever.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bye, Gumshoe. Yeah, save the
Alright,
game!
you did it. The first little bit. That is just one testimony, but big.
But a big testimony.
It's a big
That was
boy.
randomly complicated for no reason.
April 19, 11:21 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, No. 2. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I just forgot to press
Very
one
impressive,
thing.
Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. The journey's just begun.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a little bit more about what actually happened.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself.
Or you could have just told me. No one ever tells me.
I was thinking of you, you know.
No, you weren't, Mr. Gramarye, stupid-ass guy.
Plug her up. I'm gonna plant a smooch on those lips.
Okay. I think we need less thinking and more talking.
Well, that might be that night in the hospital. That's not.
That night in the hospital.
you.
What really happened?
Oh, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy.
Good. Speaking of which, where is she? Isn't she supposed to become my daughter or something?
Yourself. The letter.
The letter.
The letter that one must talk about.
The one shot in the forehead one, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if at my own death.
Why not?
This is something that I will not say, for now at least.
What's this for now business?
I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly, all poggers. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
Okay, Scott. We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident?
Finally. This guy sure likes to take his time getting the important stuff.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor, so I did not. Good night, bye.
Okay.
I have snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, 11:05, and found there upon a bedside table 2 pistols.
2 pistols? 2?
Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent.
Oh, for the Zack and Valens quick draw thing. I guess that makes sense.
My mentor, he had the look of one sleeping.
As if he was sleeping.
I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol in my hand.
Random question. Is insulin the thing that makes you go to sleep, or is that something else?
Insulin is the medicine for diabetic people.
Right, yeah. Right.
Not being dumb.
It's not. I don't know insulin. I'm not diabetic, unlike you.
Wow.
Get
I
fucked.
cannot deny that my results faltered then for a moment, but I am not yet diabetic.
You faltered? Not yet. You mean you thought about shooting him? Hey, Diego.
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, do not his first.
So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before?
To be honest, I have not always been steadfast, and I fear I brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? What's going on in True Gramarye?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him.
Good.
Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. That? What were those called?
Rifling marks?
Yes! Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Can you give me your gun before you leave? Concerning
Fuck
the
no,
case.
goodbye.
No, he's gonna hold it on him.
You mean
In the courtroom.
there's something else you can tell me?
You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
True. Thanks?
Yes, that is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnifique Gramarye.
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. I suppose, of course, the gunshot would have woken him up anyway. That was...
Yeah, I was thinking that.
And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, but maybe 5-10 hours or so.
Okay.
What did you talk about?
Haha, Mr. Wright. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
It concerns my
Probably.
daughter. Zach Gramarye. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Maybe he's just stubborn. The bailiff.
Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom.
No!
Once again, I am in your hands.
Zach Gramarye is in my hands. Right, let's get back in there. April 19, 11:37 a.m. District Court, courtroom, no 7.
I'm moving materials.
Well,
Court is
I'll
now
say
back in session.
A bullet!
During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
I see you, bullet.
Bullet sees you too.
Oh no.
Well, this is news. Rifling marks. There wasn't a time to do a detailed analysis. Then they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, it's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
The victim. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think.
Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident that this witness will do the job.
Because he's my brother, Kristoff!
After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Troop Gramarye's famous duo, Zack and Valent.
I see. Valent Gramarye? So, we get to meet the great Magnifique's other disciple. It's him!
Yes, that's right.
It's
But
him with less
young.
facial hair!
And black hair and not gray.
Oh yeah.
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Gramarye, magician.
Dude, he's got like a defined jawline.
Scott, since I have...
Yes,
there's-
I am
yeah.
the judge for now.
No!
Enjoy the
Yeah.
decisive witness, aren't you?
I can't do a...
You're
My
gonna
voice
murder
is not
me.
allowing me to do
Every single
there.
person in the courtroom.
You would do that to your partner? Piece of shit.
Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks.
I'm glad there's no music playing so you can just hear that happen in all of its glory. Wait! The shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is... yes!
Okay, Valent. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I?
I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
Well, that looks... Nah, I've never seen that before.
Wait! That's the same letter Zach Gramarye received!
What?
What?
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Look at this smug motherfucker.
Order! 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 Breadsticks! And what does it say? Surely it's not the same thing. I'm illiterate. Someone else read it.
Perhaps you should see for yourself.
To my beloved
said I'm
student
illiterate.
Valent. To you, I just tasked with lowering my lips curtain coming at
Why?
11:20
It's probably
p.m.
the same, but again, I'm illiterate.
No, it's not the same. One said 11:05. This one said 11:20.
One said 11:05 and the other one said 11:20.
Thank you, Judge. I'll just shoot one shot square in the forehead.
Thank you for covering for me, Phoenix. Yeah, no, I can't read.
Give me my note for 11:30.
Give me my note for 11:30. This is bizarre. Why would he do that, though?
You were at 45, right?
Alright, one of you is 45. I know
One of us
it.
is 45.
Oh, tweet. No.
Oh my god.
Wait, hold up. It's not it.
Is it 45?
I see eyeballs. Maybe that's it.
No, that's Nintendo tweeting about Tony Hawk. Don't worry.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not?
Oh, it's Nintendo tweeting about eyeballs.
No, it's Nintendo retweeting Tony Hawk.
Oh, you're right. No, I don't have like Nintendo's notifications on its Nintendo deals, but he eyed the eyes. Follow Nintendo. That's what I say. It's practically the same.
Well, yeah, sure, I'll follow them, because I want those too, and I'll steal the ones you're gonna get. The court accepts this into evidence!
Magnifi's
I
letter
remember
2.
my judge voice in the
court
first
record.
game. You remember your judge voice, Kyogre?
It was just some old guy.
I'm an old man!
This is most unusual. Exactly what's going on with you folks.
Yeah, something like that. What the fuck is going on with you young folks?
True.
Why would you be 11:30, 11:05?
This guy,
That's like practically when I wake up.
this guy had like 10 disciples, and he like all gave them like 5-minute time slots to come in and kill him for some reason.
I walked in and there are 12 guns on the bed.
One less each time.
What exactly was your troop Grimmery up to?
By which do you mean?
Also, the fact that he gave Zack like the first go to murder means that he likes Zack more than Valent.
Just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask a student to kill him. Because he's dead, both of them no less.
It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
Yeah.
We walked the magician's path together, and in doing, he's a weirdo, I forgot. And in so doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet, this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By what you mean you're not going to tell us? Which makes me wonder what even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The starters.
The starters. Here are the starters.
Guys,
Professor Judge.
Does anyone want cheese fries?
Really?
The appetizer. Okay, the defendant, Zach Grimmery, stands accused. Tell us why you
Scott's
can't get
judge is
cheese fries.
significantly more obsessed with appetizers.
Yes.
I'll do more than that.
And Yugg's judge is more significantly obsessed with booty
Murder.
and
That is
murder.
true.
He's way more murderous and way more horny.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
That's just
The
Young.
way he
is way more-
walks,
mine
the
is
red
way more
roses rise, singing
hungry and
hymns.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a little crazy. From where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
The two sides of our judge, the hungry one and the horny one.
Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you. Mine just reads the lines. That the evidence could just as clearly point to you as a suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As you said, I don't know for sure, I can't read.
As every magician knows, timing is everything.
True.
Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up.
I like pointing. It's like how like that. He has it like this.
Night of the crime. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow.
Did no one in the hospital like hear the first gunshot and come in the room?
They don't care.
One of those soundproof hospitals
Oh,
they've been
okay.
making this stupid kids.
I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet, a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss. I gave it to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So now you're were there 2 bullets in the clown's head? Maybe. Were there 2 of them?
So you were the one who reported the crime.
So I feel like this means it's either Valent or Zach,
What?
probably, who murdered.
Sounds like a judge line.
Indeed, I would think.
Based on this evidence, at least. Unless there was someone who came in at fucking 11:15. Who knows?
Well, the judge.
Trucy.
Of course.
This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally becomes the core of the conclusions in this court.
Yeah.
Most of the time. But if your testimony proves to be true, big if true, as they say, the defendant, Jack Gravery, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Gramery, then the killer was you, Valent. No disappearing act will get you out of that. The night of the crime, cool screen. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time. Hold it! Why?
I'm not holding.
Hold it!
Make
There
me
we go.
hold. Thank you.
Which,
Make me hold.
according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.?
Indeed. In magic, timing is everything.
Right.
Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that
It
look?
looks like you created two of you, and it's like, whoa.
Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the designated time, and what did you see?
The smell of gunpowder hung in the— Hold it! Why? Hold it!
Why?
I just want to be cool, man. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby?
I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
What? Why? Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination.
Shut up! My
The
God.
witness is completely right about that.
Damn.
But you were afraid from pausing suspiciously before his reactions. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine his clothes being off.
Yeah! I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Hold it! There we go, I just had to wait. I suspiciously paused. No, he suspiciously paused. No, I did still. Shut up! Which brings us back to the reason.
Are you talking to yourself?
Shut up, Judge! Don't talk to me right now!
So it does. And my
He's having a
partner.
breakdown in the corner.
He did not refuse.
Who is officially pausing? I'm not. I just
I don't know. I don't understand. Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't?
Because I have a will of steel. Of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars. So perhaps steel isn't all so strong.
What? They're fucking awesome.
Which is it?
Mind if I continue?
No, I mean, yes. A deal is a deal, it's still a deal. Death sweet kiss, hold
Deal
it!
is a deal. I make
A deal
deal.
with a deal is still a deal.
Hold it!
Deal, sweet deal. Deal, deal, deal.
There were two
Boy,
bullet
do I
holes in the
love
scene.
deals.
One in the
A
victim
deal or no deal is my favorite show.
and one in the clown.
It would be though. Like Judge probably loves game shows.
Oh, of course he does.
Old people generally do.
Exactly. You're saying the one who shot the clown
You're
was you?
saying Family Feud is wonderful.
No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Just use your Magatama, Phoenix. See who's lying.
I forgot it existed. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Mr. Valen, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you.
You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night.
What did Zack tell me back at the lobby? Of course, I don't intention of shooting my mentor. I forget who this is. I started to
It's me. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And I found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. This is not the voice he had 10 minutes ago. I don't know what's going on.
It's okay, it's a
I took the
flashback.
pistol and I fired and placed it in my pocket. What's the new problem with that statement? Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of this crime scene, after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it.
Indeed I did. Alakazam, Alakazang, Alakaboo.
Did we determine... Yeah, so this was the Sage pistol at the, in the picture, right? And this one has the matching bullet found in the victim, whereas we would assume that the one that Zack has matches the one in the clown. So,
shut up.
if there's only 1 pistol there, and he's saying he shot it, and the 1 pistol at the crime scene matches the bullet that was in the victim's head.
Is the number of pistols really so important?
It's not
don't
quite
think it is.
important. Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Oh, well, I got it then. That's cool. Gotcha.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, that settles that. Good night, everybody.
What?
Please have this details here.
What can I do? Eugh.
Just gonna be weird. What can I do but obey?
You shot the clown? But that's not true, though. I could probably just present this now, but I want to read the dialogue. Fires 1 real bullet. The only bullet that was found at the place, because it was a dumb shoe. Rifling marks match bullets found in the victim. You idiot. I'm gonna press anyway. Hold it! So you took the only pistol there and fired it.
That's
not me.
correct.
And the pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene.
Good show. I see you, too, are a magician of sorts.
Yeah, a magician of being awesome. I don't fucking know. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said?
I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at that witness. So, how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me.
I've got a hunch. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else? No! On second thought, let's run with this testimony for a while longer. And I informed the doctor and the police. No one cares about the doctor and the police. Guess what, bitch? Objection! According to the defendant, Zack Gramarye, when he entered the room, I mean, I knew that this was right, but it's always the most satisfying things in this game when you present something and then it moves on to, like, unique dialogue. No, it's not just, like, the generic thing. There were 2 pistols on that table. Although sometimes that doesn't always necessarily mean that you're right, though, so... I'm pretty sure this is right, though.
2?
One of those pistols he had used to
More than I
shoot
can
the
even
clown in
count
the
to.
forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket.
Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant had some brains in his head.
Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown.
See, the whole thing is that Valent lacks imagination. He said that specifically, and so he couldn't have imagined the idea of by like using the wording in the letter, he could shoot the clown instead of the man. He's not that smart, but he didn't have to use his imagination because the clown was already shot. So he's like, aha, I will steal that because that's what magicians do best, steal things, and that's what he did. That's your story, at least.
Ugh.
Yeah, you pause suspiciously. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun.
Yeah.
The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Ah.
Mr. Valance, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order! Order! Order, but louder, apparently, like 3 times as loud as the other 2. Well, this is all rather sudden.
Sorry, I'm jamming out on the keyboard right now.
Oh, I didn't expect that. Objection! What have I done?
There it is. I've been waiting for that. Got that part.
Prosecutor Gatton?
I owe the court an apology. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection! But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon.
Which is why I'm apologizing to you right now. Quite sincerely, I might add.
He's lying!
Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my use?
Shut the fuck up, Clavier! That was just this morning!
I'm still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault.
You do not look like a 17-year-old. Also, can I just add, like, he's definitely in his 20s.
No, he's 17. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion right now.
Valent Grammary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I have an autograph? Also, you're presented to this court as a decisive witness. But you're proven to be more divisive than decisive. That is my review of you as a witness. It's going on Yelp.
Objection. You'll see.
Valent Grammary, more
In
divisive than decisive. This witness is not very cool.
Oops.
3 out of 5 stars.
Cannot
The judge.
believe- The judge.
The judge. Me judge.
Me, the judge.
The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts.
I really want there to be, like, a case in this game where the judge is, like, the
judge.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
that
the
too.
judge.
No, the suspect. I think that would be funny.
The proof comes next.
My brain wanted to say victim, but then I'm like, no, that means he dies. That can't happen.
You'd be a victim and not die.
But yeah, but all these cases are murder cases. The only time that it wasn't a murder case was the time that it was eventually.
Yeah. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
Absolutely not.
When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, right? The real fight is about to begin.
Bring it.
Very well. Will witness now please testify to the court for the 2nd time? Help us determine who shot what and how and when, who, what, why. Oh, also where. I didn't say that
Who
one yet.
shot what?
And where.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me.
Yeah? Yeah?
Those times are rather close to have you admit. You have to admit, sorry. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Don't use a 10-minute discrepancy as a basis of your alibi.
is easy to explain in this situation, Air Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the
I don't listen
song.
to young people music.
Press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same.
What are you getting at? The debut song was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What do you mean what a rip-off? What?
Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus.
God, he even knows how to rhyme.
And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth.
Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with a rather precise time. As we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations,
Damn you.
lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
To a man who knows how to rhyme.
Points
Sweet.
taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. So don't remark baselessly.
Does that
Carry
mean
on,
that
Mr.
I can't press things, or carry
I
on,
don't
right?
remember.
Okay. Who shot what, cool screen?
I am going to be right back. Have fun.
You do that. I'm gonna save my game. Also, I'm at full health again, so you know who even
Yeah,
cares? I
please
could just
does happen.
I could just go to a random. Hold on. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Your headphones broke? That's actually rude. Yes, this case. Not by a matter of minutes. Precise is right. And pressing with impunity will earn me nice penalty too. Yeah, better focus on one thing at a time this time of death. So don't press random things. Say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I filled my obligation, then called the doctor. Doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. The one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. Hey, hold it for me.
Very sure of yourself there. Hold it for me.
Yeah. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? Yeah.
Well, we usually do get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've ever heard the verified time of death.
Well, really? You've never?
Not even, like, 5 times now.
I'll
Magic
take-
reveal. Okay, you take them.
Okay. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. Can you help me with mine? The point here is that the
Sounds
IV
cool.
the victim was taken. It is quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifique Armini's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV trip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag at the end. Oh! The needle's been removed!
That's insane, bro. I did notice that.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. Well, that would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
Ah! You could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely.
That makes sense, actually.
The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts.
Interesting.
This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
What if,
Winner.
hey,
You're
but,
bad.
dude, what if he, like, just took it out after 10 minutes to talk to Zach? Because he can't talk with an IV in your arm. That's just how it works.
And so it was when I, Valiant, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
No, it's not.
Well, Mr. Wright?
I don't think so, Shira, if you can even hear me. Did that seem important?
No.
I mean, yeah, it was definitely important, like... Well, seeing how this is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time, unless, of course, you were there, Phoenix.
Damn shit, he's right.
When am I not? Behold, the power of arithmetic!
Very, very often.
Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony.
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
I hate you now! I completely despise you!
Why?
That is the worst line in this entire series!
Why?
That is the worst thing I've ever heard.
But it's the truth.
Oh my god, shut up, Valent. Water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, he's innocent. My partner, not me. I'm afraid to press things, because I know I'll get penalties for it. Say 11:20, after discovering the body, I filled my obligation, then called the doctor. Sure. Don't be unnecessary. You walk on in a murder. The first thing you do is shoot the clown?
The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request, without reason, had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valent, be now without him? May the soul of Magnify the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney.
Those right moments?
May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn you penalties. Proceed with that in mind, or don't. I don't really care. It's not my problem.
Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning into. Doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. The one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. I mean, I might be able to press that. That sounds like a maybe pressable thing. Let's hold it. That one worked really well. You entered the hospital room at 11:20 p.m. The time given by the defendant, Zach Gramery, was 11:05. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night. Correct?
This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see.
Huh? Phoenix, right.
Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me imagine it. Wait, hold on. Is there any Twitter notifications? There's not. Okay, hold on. Let me
Careful,
imagine.
streamers are bad in imagination.
Oh, shit.
If two dressed as we were to meet in such circumstances.
The oh shit was to not having good imagination, not to the Switch controllers. I'm waiting. It might not even happen today. This might be a complete waste of energy. It'll probably happen when I'm like asleep, to be honest. But I will try. I want those
believe that it
Joy-Con.
is going to happen when you are asleep.
Just want to sleep.
I dare say that would ruin the mood completely.
I guess I do need to wake up early tomorrow for work. The mood isn't in question here, so maybe I'll be lucky.
I believe the witness is saying they didn't meet, yeah? For what is magic, if not the study of beauty?
There are absolutely better definitions.
Us meeting was not only out of the question, it was an impossibility.
For what is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, was there a contradiction in there? Was there? Well,
Your
yes.
choice.
Well, because, you know, I don't know. I guess not technically, but like the whole thing was that what? We know that Zach was in the room for 5 to 10 minutes, meaning the earliest he left was 11:10, and I guess if he left at 11:10, it's possible that he didn't run into Valent, but I don't know. 10 minutes on this also. That might be connected. I don't think with this testimony specifically yet, but this might have a connection. You heard the music? Yeah, the music here is pretty good, actually.
Awoken think.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm going to say that... shit. I want to listen to it again. Like, with, like, specifically a contradiction in mind. I don't see that problem with testimony. Oh, sorry. You say so? Let's continue, shall we?
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
An alibi over a matter of minutes, precisely is right. Impressing with impunity, Larry, I spent the two.
Oh, I love the truth.
So I want to go to that last statement and press it again. Just like keep in mind a contradiction in specific. Hold it. You entered the room at 11:20. Time given by the defendant's account is 11:05. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night. This is why I never do with amateurs. Outside of the room, it's the moonlight. I dare say it would ruin the mood completely. The mood isn't in question here. I love that. They didn't meet Eugh? What?
What if... Nothing.
My question is an impossibility. That said, I mean, like, I feel like there is something there. There's a contradiction! The only problem I see here is the glaring contradiction in that testimony.
Was that a question?
I guess it was, Phoenix.
You have been warned. Yeah, right. Baseless remarks will be penalized.
What? No! 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 Okay.
Well, fuck you then.
Damn. Here's my answer to your question.
Penalty, bitch.
An alibi over a matter of minutes. I cannot believe this. It sounded right, but like the time frame is so close, you know? It is surprising that they wouldn't have seen each other. Regardless. I mean, it is good to know, though. Even though I got a penalty for that, it's good to know that that's not the line of dialogue that it goes to. At least not yet, you know? Or that, like, the answer is to, rather. And this interests me. Only less than 10 swift minutes remain. We just don't know much about that piece of paper, really. And we have the body photo, we have the autopsy report itself, we have a more specific time of death now. You know? Also, if you're getting shot in the head, I mean, maybe I don't know anything about how getting shot in the heads work, but wouldn't the cause of death more so be like the bullet going into your brain and not necessarily the blood loss? I don't know. No one knows, apparently.
Nope. 0 answers for you.
Okay. Given 3 months. Yeah. Otherwise, just the message no. Patients, low patients, chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Sounds good, Screw Red. And this is still interesting, but not really relevant. And we have the letter telling him to come at 11:05 with gun. The gun. Letter telling him not to come in at 11:20 p.m. Yeah. The IV stopped 10 minutes after administration began. which is to say at like 11:10. Okay. Arrived at the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20. After discovering the body, I filled my application, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. I'm pretty sure I already pressed that. It was just him talking about stupid shit. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. Yeah. The water of life spring is not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Was this one of these that I could ask about more than just that? I don't recall. I'm gonna skim through this. Yes, by the amount of IV liquid left. I don't think this is new. Try to put the IV needle to drop, telling us the time of death. It's the final message of this world. I can't skim through this. The album I go through. I'm finished. There has to be a hole in this somewhere. Heck, I'll take a pinprick. Yeah. It doesn't make sense given Zach's testimony that he gave to us. But at the same time, like, we don't really have a piece of evidence to say that, nor do I think that would really be, like, recognized in the court. So it's very interesting. 105. That's not a contradiction. Interesting, interesting. Also, why did he know about that and not us? Like, why did we have an estimated time of death?
What?
Why did we have an estimated time of death?
But the coroner's report, I guess. I don't know.
I feel like I should have known about that, but you know, whatever. Oh, also he's writing in the. I didn't really like take too much note of it, but he was writing like in this. So him taking note of the fact that there was only less than 10 minutes left, that doesn't make sense. I was wondering when exactly he wrote that. So he has that book and pen in front of him. Mysterious paper telling him that exact thing. Only had 3 months to live. When was this, by the way? When was he given 3 months? Within 3 months, that's for sure. Washington shows no sign of use. Zach coming at 11:05, whereas Valen comes at 11:20. There's up to 10 minutes after administration. Just about 2 months. Any amount remaining. I said 10 minutes after administration began, yeah. Which lines up with this. Which one was it? Murder the person to shoot the clown. Yes! Without him, murder man, trigger. Yeah, exactly. The right moments. Yes, Your Honor, I know. What were you gonna say, Eugh?
Nothing. I thought those were mine.
Okay. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death at 11:10 p.m. So when you press this one, after you go through everything, Phoenix does... If he lets this one slip, I'm finished. There has to be a hole somewhere. Heck, I'll even take a pinprick. Is that... I mean, something about that... You know, that might be in reference to needle, you know? That might be a little sly remark. When was... Again, the interesting thing about this, too, is that... Watch so signs of use. This has been saying that he was administering it himself. I was saying getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait! And if he used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? I might be thinking too far, or too deep into that specific little line of dialogue.
You might be.
Which is why I'm not going to put too much stake in it. Let me... Yeah? Okay. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. So that feels like the testimony that you would present on out of all of these. But I really wish I had something with Zach's testimony about him and his master talking, because that's the thing that my mind keeps going back to. It's interesting. It's interesting, it's interesting. Definitely missing some little detail here. Body, film allegation, then call the doctor. Examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10. The Ward of Strings is not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. The one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. We already know that if you like press that last one, you say that there's some kind of contradicting evidence, it's like, no. So it's not anything about that. Where does the brain go? Where does the brain go? Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance?
When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. It's thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect.
A suspect?
Indubitably.
Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color.
Your lucky color?
Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self.
Is it yellow?
For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why? When Zack and Valent won their first Magician Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of Internal Magicians. I was adorned by it in this entire then too. And our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was.
There's the one trip down memory lane no one needs.
My lucky color. Yes, indeed. And that IV. So, I say, I think 'twas hewed especially for me, Valent.
That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimonial?
Melon sure looks happy with himself.
So do I. I look very
How about
happy
this?
with it.
Lucky color testimony? Oh, well, of course. Well, you know... Yeah. You know what? Screw it. There is a contradiction! It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought plenty of luck. But not this time, Mr. Valent. Your lucky colors betrayed you. He didn't mention the color in specific.
Afraid you've lost me.
Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
Was it?
Yeah.
I said it. I said it.
Oh, is that what you said?
I
What?
said, was it? Please, recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. That was like an hour ago, but who cares? Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is based as
It's
fuck.
based. Don't worry. I got all your bases right here.
It is based. Very well, let's hear this based claim. What is your based evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us?
Well, you see, he's going on about his lucky color or some shit. You know, he also didn't mention the color in specific, which is interesting. It didn't sound like he was specifying. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the crime photo. Out of all these things, unless it's the Ivy report, you know? My brain has an idea, but I feel like I might be stretching something. But, you know, I mean, this is where I have to go. Anyway.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Hey, take that! crime scene tells all, Your Honor. Yo, you get the judge again.
Yay! The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, right, just where is the contradiction in this photo?
My pleasure. And, I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. It has to do with color.
Let's see what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
So, you know how Valent was all talking about his lucky color and everything, right? He's like, he didn't specifically say a color, which is weird, you know? Like, yellow is the color that he's wearing, unless the bitch is colorblind. I mean, even still, even if he's colorblind, it's still what he's wearing. And, like, he was talking about, like, he was very vague about it, which is why I'm not really sure, but he was like talking about his lucky color as if it was like connected both through the IV and the shirt he was wearing, and I couldn't tell if that meant he thought that the IV was the same color as his shirt, or if he was just saying that the luck caused by his shirt was like what he believes to be why the IV came out. But I mean, obviously this is it, and like there's not really too much yellow in this picture. There's the gun, and then there's like that back there. My instinct was telling me it's the IV bag itself, which by the way is they highlighted very nicely with some like lights behind it. Good for them. Like my brain tells me it's either the IV bag or like the needle in itself. You don't really see any kind of a mark in this picture to indicate it either, but that's not necessarily anything. So let's go with it, baby. Valent Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? You see? Okay, that's why he was doing that.
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes.
Yeah. So I didn't know if that, because the way he was saying it, I could take that as either him being like, oh, the IV bag was yellow, or oh, because of the color yellow on my garment, the IV bag came out, you know? Or the IV drip, rather. Absolutely.
Yellow, Mr. Wright.
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. I'm like... I'm riding on the seat of my pants right now. I really don't know where he's going, but I'm getting it right. I'm using context clues.
I'm backity boobs.
Hello, Scott.
What's this? What kind of bullshit?
Confusion doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
I spy with my elderly eye. Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag.
What is this? What foul magic?
It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
Alakano!
Bunnies!
Order. What the fuck does this mean?
Objection! This is some kind of mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure, Kevin. Witness is a mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Interesting. That one was definitely kind of vague, wasn't it?
What? Well...
The contradiction can only mean one thing.
Objection. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now. Ace Attorney. Phoenix Wright.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright.
Oh no. How do you mean?
How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance, the ivy liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
This is the stupidest contradiction I've ever seen.
Yellow liquid? Gross. How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself?
I'm very surprised that they're spending like so much time on this. The bag. You mean the plastic bag on the... I just must not like be seeing where this is leading to. Because it must be leading somewhere. You mean the plastic bag on the hook? I do kind of like... I'm very happy when I'm able to like figure things out, you know, big brain pieces together, but it's also very interesting when you kind of like wiggle your way through and then see where it's going, because you're a little bit lost and you're waiting for that aha moment to spring up. So they're both interesting. He pissed in his IV bag.
It does look, I want to say, a light blue.
I swear to God, if you're like, ah yes, and yellow and blue makes green!
Precisely. Figured it out yet.
Is the worst.
Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag, and...
But what does that matter? You get green.
This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
Did you have that on you? Or something? I see.
Your explanation does have a ring of poop to it.
No. As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin.
What?
You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave.
How do you have that bag? You must be the killer.
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that too. So like, what's the importance?
Ugh.
Did Valiant put the IV in the bag so he could fake the time of death? You silly guy. You silly.
I took a piss in there, that's
you
all.
Silly man. Silly peeing in the IV bag, man. It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? This feels like such a loose connection to what the testimony was actually about. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask.
When the statement was made by him that it was his lucky color of yellow, Phoenix was like, it's not yellow. Why is he saying it? There must be some reason why he's saying this.
I get that, but just like everything else about the...
Like he saw that there was a problem and probably figured this would be the solution anyway. He just needed to prove it, so he got Gavin to say that.
Yeah. No, I get it. It just feels very weird. How did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazoom!
Alakazoom.
Order louder again. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the liquid in the IV bag, so I'm sure it means something, but what? Find out after the break.
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow. He'd seen it before. He knew the IV... I mean, like... Because it looked yellow, idiot... He'd seen it before. He knew the... Yeah, I feel like these could both be the same similar thing. But... He knew the IV liquid's color. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before, so both of those worked. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. We saw the liquid by itself, in a clear, colorless bag.
Suppose you would have had to, but I'm still not clear about what all this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection! I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fams, yeah?
Objection! The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Oh, wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses pee. I'm right.
Not
Finally,
like you didn't.
I finally said something that was right.
I'm right.
I find it
Finally.
funny that you didn't say "I'm right." Right? You said it as a statement. I'm right. Like,
I'm finally right.
as much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection. Let me get this straight. Right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag?
Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow.
And now wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection! I'm an amateur too. Not really at this point, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
Judge?
Here's a point, amateurs. I would at least have to have some difficulty pouring an IV in the bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death.
I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Valiant Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in the life of crime.
Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting?
Oops. Press the button. Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was the insulin. The small syringe. No sign of been used. It's been you fuck my yeah. Take that. Take that.
The victim's sauce.
Syringe.
What?
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick.
He's hungry.
And easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection! What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection! No. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will.
Alakazam!
I like this.
I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of the trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, time of death cannot be proven. And that brings out our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work.
I see there are no objections. The court is adjourned. Ah!
Oh
Objection!
no, an objection! The rock and roll song.
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking.
What? What's he talking about?
You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof.
There's no proof he didn't do it either.
Yes, quite true.
Huh? He's admitting it?
Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You got something in mind, Prosecutor Gavino?
Don't call me that.
Okay.
Proof. Herr Judge, I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
The diary.
What's this?
This is the victim, Magnifi Gramarie's diary.
You got a diary? That's cheap.
After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoir, it seems. The story of his birth, his starting debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death.
Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request?
Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal late that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we?
Does that mean as in maybe the last?
This does appear to have been written just before his death.
I leave the rest of them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to something is mine is to lay down the pen.
We'll accept this into evidence. Actually, never mind, we don't.
Oh, okay.
Read the very last part with particular care.
Okay. No, I didn't mean to do that. What? Can I not, like, look inside of the diary? That's kind of what I was meaning to do. Okay, that's why. This is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? Yeah, ripped off paper. I know. It's like a page was ripped out. Well, now, isn't that interesting? I want to read what it says. Whatever. Okay. Just read
This
for me,
journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, here first to our defendant, Zach Gramarie.
That makes sense. You're right. What can I call you if not Gavino, though?
Damn it.
Damn it. Okay, he was the first scheduled visitor after all. Gavino, damn it.
But look at what he said before that.
All that is left is mine is laid on.
This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Gramarie intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarie didn't pull the trigger.
Thank you for very much so proving my case.
I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary alone does not go on. It ends.
Oh, Clavier, you're just giving me more good things. How is it going to turn around and bite me in the
Because
ass?
Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarie.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifi Gramarie wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this still seems to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary, but then did not, as it says, which means it did.
But it did not.
Did not. Did not.
Why am I here?
Continue reading.
I read that.
No, you did not.
I definitely
You
did.
did not. You have diary in here, which plainly it did.
I read it here. It did. Okay, there you go. I kind of combined the last sentence with that one.
Not allowed.
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gremory. Well, how would you like me now? Or how do you like me now? Right.
A lot still, actually, like, a lot, but...
Still too green for your taste?
He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, that's right. The witness testimony was lacking. Putting together with this evidence, it seems quite insufficient. Sorry, Gavin, for the case.
If the diary is accepted like this, the trial...
I'm gonna hold you in contempt of court unless you give me the autograph.
Judge and Clavier are like going through some shit right now. Phoenix is just trying to focus on the case, man.
I won't do what you can to give me an autograph for my granddaughter.
Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Absolutely show them evidence! Do you see the way he moved his hands? It was like...
Phoenix is ready.
I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What?
Evidence?
You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
What could it be?
Who knows?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well. Please show us this evidence, should you even have any.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown to the court.
Dang it! What else would I show?
Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more...
I mean, I'd
decisive.
like to point out the fact that I could very easily just show the diary because there's pages that are ripped out, and I feel like that kind of indicates some kind of foul play, but either way, I have a better piece of evidence anyway. Thank you, Trucy. Love you.
Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary.
Didn't we have, like... Wasn't there some kind of whole thing with this case about, like, forged evidence? That, like, they kept mentioning? Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving the diary didn't end with this page is... Oh, this is totally faked or something, isn't it? This is totally just not real evidence. But it's what I have to present anyway, so take that! Take that! First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out.
What's this? I didn't notice that before. I didn't have eyes. Back then, I do now.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Alika, I don't believe it!
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramarye. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill?
That's a thing that I say almost sometimes.
What in the continuation of the victim's diary is this? So when he said that, it made it sound like that was an expression. What in the continuation of the victim's diary is this?
Phoenix has no idea this is faked evidence. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of Magnifique's diary.
That's a quite. I can't read.
Quite
remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, attorney?
Half of the time when it pans to Clavier in the sprite, I don't think it's glasses, I think it's like his eyes doing that evil, like, covered in black thing.
It's definitely not it.
The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valent Gramarye!
No!
Handwriting 2 matches that of the other pages.
Oh shit! Oh shit, my big boy brain just remembered a big boy piece of big boy. Oh my god.
What was the big boy you remember?
Oh, well, I completely forgot about this from last time. What's her name? The girl that was daughter that forged shit?
Vera?
The girl who...
Yeah, like, the whole thing she said was like, oh, this guy, or it's like, who is it that asked you to fake this evidence? Because Clavier was specifically like, saw this. It was like, wait, you can do handwriting? And he's like, why did you do handwriting for this book or whatever the hell? This diary, I think it might have even been the diary. And she's like, that was the first time she did handwriting. And she was like, oh, the person who asked me to forge the handwriting was bleh. So this is the forged page that Clavier was freaking out about because he remembered this. And it was whatever she was forging. I don't know who set this up exactly. It's Kristoff. It's gotta be Kristoff. I don't know why, but it's Kristoff. Fuck that guy. Oh, the big brain remembered the important piece of evidence. This is so interesting.
This is a big brain remembering anything. If you didn't spend a week and a half not playing, this is something you would just have in your mind the whole trial.
No, yeah, but it's still my big brain remembering things.
Big brain.
I didn't say the big brain figured it out. I said the big brain remembered. Big brain. Large.
This is without a doubt the genuine article, I think.
Oh, this is so interesting, though. And this is what caused Phoenix to, like...
Order, but not one is allowed to go at this time.
This is what caused Phoenix to end up, like...
A homeless piano player.
Yeah, exactly that.
The Hobo Phoenix. But wait, that's impossible!
Oh yeah, I totally get that, Alex. I'm more intrigued than anything. I want to see where this is
that
going.
That old man couldn't have written that!
And this is where he points out that it's fake evidence.
Objection! Finally.
And this is the moment where Phoenix loses his reputation as an attorney.
You just couldn't resist, could you? Right?
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence?
Judge.
Yes, Prosecutor, damn it, Gavin.
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
What, Prosecutor Gavin? This evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more.
I am so interested.
I promise. Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, I just have to refuse, unless Mr. Wright has a good take on it.
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Well then, though this is highly irregular for every courtroom except ones you're in, you'll have to put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may fuck off. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this prize witness to the courtroom, and bring me my damn dinner.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Phoenix? Yep, I thought it was gonna be this motherfucker.
Holding a trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding.
I am so interested, dude. This is so intriguing.
But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony.
A judiciary deal?
The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather.
So it's just us now. The 4 of us in here.
This is you, Kyogre.
This is me? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Yes, sir. I'm both of them.
What's your name and occupation, for the record?
Father and daughter. My name's Drew Measham. I'm a painter.
A painter? Can you paint a self-portrait of me, dude?
Thank you, Scott.
Also, when you were related to this case somehow.
No. Well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Bisham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works.
The regional prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach
I
Gramarine.
cannot believe that Trucy Wright, as a 7-year-old, paid a forger to forge this piece of evidence.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries?
What? I'm like doing a surprise double take. Well, so reach understanding here, this page is
A fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection! Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Objection! The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is it he is... What is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us. Phoenix, right?
witness. Mr. Mishima, was it? Who requested this forgery? Was it your client?
That's... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want, and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. Objection! But what? There's no proof this is a fake! It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine.
Mr. Wright, you've just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Oh, the screen share is kind of crazy. Probably not. Okay, that was sorry.
That's fine.
It's just I can't see screen share right now. Forging evidence is a serious crime. There you go. I'm presenting it in court. A serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence?
Things are making sense. So if this is going this way, that means that Zach Gramarye gets imprisoned and leaves a certain child of his uncared for one that Phoenix might have to just have some guilt towards that fact and might opt to take care of her himself, maybe?
The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection! Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in a court of law is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I love Phoenix so much, dude.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor?
Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah?
Phoenix knows that anything he says is futile.
I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
That's also exactly why Clavier was like, don't use this diary as evidence. Because, like, you know, he wanted him to prod out that illegal, well, not illegal, it's still illegal evidence, but...
I see, there's no other feed for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Goodbye.
You know what? You know what else is dismissed? Me as the judge.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind, not yet.
Mr. Attorney. Yes. Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Although that won't come to play because I die. Goodbye.
Okay, now I'm not the judge anymore.
Dude, shit's fucked, though.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. His trial is over.
This puts together so many puzzle pieces. So many of them. Wow.
You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Oh, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack.
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist?
It doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
I am talking about this.
Mr. Enigma!
The defendant escaped. Find him quick.
You're really not playing your case well, Zach. I gotta be honest with you. That really puts a lot more suspicion on you than there was previously.
Baylor, close all the exits from the building.
Quickly, close the exits, Mike Meekins.
On the double, you must not be allowed to escape.
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigma, aka Zach Gramery, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day.
This is the great Gramery miracle.
That's why he disappeared. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramery vanished, along with him, for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. To be continued.
Ooh, yeah.
That is so fun. That is so fun.
It's a good trial. But now, we've got something important to do.
Save the game.
Very important. That isn't
Larry important to do.
Very important.
Larry.
Okay. Okay. The trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Gramarie's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramarye go? What dark truth lurks beyond the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? The Mason system. This is all coming together in such an interesting way. I love it. I love it. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. When all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first you must chase through the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game.
Okay, why is screen share being so sucky?
It's fine for me. I guess
Is that
now we're back
you?
to Hobo Phoenix. I will do it. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through the game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, with the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between the past and the present. But let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play.
This is so cool! What the hell?
You will be doing an investigation in both the past and the present.
Yes, why'd you click that one?
I didn't click anything, I just go this way. This is so cool! This is something to do with the whole Mason system thing. I don't know what that means specifically for like Apollo going into this to do the simulation. I don't know if this is like him like looking through things or not. I guess we'll figure that out later, but like right now, holy shit! This is insane! That's what these spheres mean too!
This case is a little crazy.
This is so cool!
Well, you got 4 places you can go.
Charlie. This is so cool. Okay, let's start with the top. This is so cool.
Not Eugh. It's not Eugh.
I love
You're
this.
back
I
to
love
Phoenix.
This. Let's go. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this. Probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision, it's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Phoenix. 7 years ago. Detention center. Visitor's room.
What strange sight doth mine eyes behold?
I'm so happy, dude. This is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen. This is so cool. Excuse me?
2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak.
Yes, it certainly has. I was gonna feed my rabbit half an hour ago, but I forgot to. I'm gonna do that now.
Yay! Good timing, because I need water. My throat is dying.
Scott, entertain the people. Scott, you're not listening. No. No, Scott, soldier.
Kyogre, I hope you understand why we were so excited for you to get to this case now.
It's cool.
It is awesome. It is.
Like, holy shit! You're going through both the past and the present. Apollo and Phoenix, probably. I presume. This is the coolest thing! Oh my god,
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
This is definitely one of the coolest investigations.
Oh no, yeah, like, just, god, the concept of this. Like, how well it ties
Yeah.
together, too. I'm so feeding my rabbit. Like, it ties together so well. Like, it makes a lot of sense based on the game up to this point, you know? You have everything with Apollo, all of the questions that have been building.
Yeah. From the beginning of the game, there's been what happened 7 years ago. What
Yeah.
was going on with Phoenix
like,
7 years ago?
You've got recurrent characters between those time skips. You know, you have Drew Measham, Valiant Grammary, Phoenix Wright, obviously, Trucy,
Clavier.
Claire Clavier, obviously. It's so cool! Like, the idea and the execution just works so perfectly! Oh my god, this is awesome. Okay, back to Feed Rabbit time.
Yeah, it is. Oof, this case is a doozy.
I love it. So I'm assuming that
Right.
what we're doing today is going through all this investigation that we get when the trial starts. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott, did we officially decide on a place we wanted to stop?
No, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Fair.
I don't think we wanted to do the whole investigation.
I mean, that makes sense. We could just do like the past part and then. I mean,
Because,
I mean, that would make sense actually.
That's not how it works.
Oh, is it not? Is it like flippy floppy?
No, the evil will be forced to flip flop between
Okay.
the two.
That makes sense.
It's quite
Never
stupid.
mind.
There'll be times you get something in the future and you present it in the past, and it's like, why? How does that work?
The Mason system. Like the simulation and everything, I assume.
I guess.
Because I'm not entirely sure. Like, from the looks of it, it seems like this is Apollo. It seems like this is Apollo playing as Phoenix, you know, through the Mason system. That's kind of what it looks like. I guess we'll figure that out more. Like, that's like the big question on my mind. Because, like, obviously, Phoenix had set up the Mason system, or, like, whatever, the simulation for Apollo to go through. So, like, in some sense, I can definitely be proven wrong later, but it seems like I'm playing as Apollo looking through Phoenix and, like, figuring things out. So that would explain why you could do that. That would make a lot of sense. But I don't know, it's cool as shit. I'm excited. I'm gonna do the thing that humans do and throw out this bad rabbit food. So,
Yeah, bye, bad rabbit food. Die, bad rabbit food. You will forever be missed. Well, probably not, actually. I lied. Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
So thick, so thick.
So thick, so thick. Just like Valiant Grammary.
Yeah.
So thick. His hair is so thick. Not gray, and he's not old, and he's Valiant Grammary. This would be the perfect time to terrorize Kyogre with terrible things, but at the same time, it does not feel worth it. Kyogre went to go do the thing that humans do. Yeah. He's being an Awokenkyoger. But he will be the back. Or maybe he will never return. Just kidding, he's probably gonna return. I'm lying to you, stop it, don't let me lie to you. I have 26,000 channel points, let's go. I'm only quick amount of math away from the VIP, let's go. Hold on, we're busting out the calculator. I need to know exactly how much time and whatever Hold on. Is it 300,000? Damn, Kyogre. I guess it is VIP. 300K divided by 26.6. I only need times 11,278-ish of that. And I get like 10 every few minutes. So that means maybe by the time I'm an old man, I will finally be VIP on the Awokenkyoger channel.
Eventually, old man Eugh.
Damn it.
God.
One day.
Wait, quick, before we start, quick Twitter check. Nothing on Twitter. Okay.
Is it 10 every 5 minutes? Is that how that works? I don't know.
Is that how that works? Yeah, I have no idea. Look at these. I want them so good. Currently unavailable
Let's see.
still. They look so
There
good.
are 24 hours. How many? Okay, in 1 hour.
They look so good. Ignore the cracks on my screen. I'm sorry about that. Will this show my address anywhere on Amazon? I hope not.
Maybe.
Well, you know, I'm gonna just go on here.
I don't see it.
It does say my zip code in town up there, but I don't think it showed on screen. Hopefully
No,
not.
you didn't.
At least not when it was close enough for you guys to notice. So no one dox me, please.
Don't worry, I will, not them.
Okay. I do hope
I
that
know
did show up.
you specifically gave me permission to, so no one else.
Yeah. I think if that part of the screen did show up, it was like way too small for anyone to notice. But
No, it didn't. It didn't show up.
I am on the wrong screen. You're right. Thank you, Screwroad. It seems fickle, or fickle fate to switch sides, so to speak.
The forger of fakes walks freely.
Valent is like significantly more interesting to me now too, as well.
Yep. He's been kind of just saw him a little bit in the third case, and now you get to see him in full.
I want him to be the
perspective
murderer.
There are.
Of
While
course,
the
Diego.
innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines, there's been it's Phoenix, right?
There's been no proof that I forged anything.
Nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits!
Do you think he did it, Kyogre?
And what is your theory?
I want him to have done it, but I don't think he did it.
That's not.
Who do you think did it then?
You know, because like Zach running away like that, you could just like say that was like out of fear. Like, but I don't think it was him either. But I feel like it's more likely that it was Zach before it was Valent. If it wasn't either of them, maybe it was the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And what, may I ask,
I don't.
awaits
Doctors
you?
usually like to carry guns, though.
Yeah, but like, you know, sometimes they do.
No, I mean the doctor. You said it was the
Oh,
doctor.
yeah, true. A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall.
But since you are here, what shall we discuss?
The shooting of Magnificum, right, for one. I'm so glad that we're playing as Phoenix. I want Phoenix's badge to be reinstated so I can be Awesome Defense Attorney Phoenix Right Man again, even though I don't
That's
know.
the name of the next game. Awesome
Yeah.
Defense Attorney Phoenix Right Man.
Yeah,
It's a superhero, not like a.
I'm okay with that.
Not actually Phoenix.
Who pulled that trigger? Valent or his partner, Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. End search, yeah, this is so cool. Oh, I'm so happy, though.
I love being
Yeah.
happy, but not actually.
Let's talk about the diary. Mr. Valent, could you look at this for me, please?
Yes, I accept your challenge. Well,
Challenge? Huh?
you want me to make it float,
Yes.
disappear, or shall I simply eat it?
That one, please, actually. I want to see you do that. Why, is that magic? I didn't come here to play games, Mr. Valent. Or watch you do tricks. I assume the... Let's see what he responds to. They're still not available yet, Screwroad. I want the... That's why I'm waiting for the Twitter notification. Or the Amazon notification or anything. I'm lucky that I'm working the next 2 days, because that means that I'll be up at like 9 a.m., which means I'm more likely to be awake when they show up.
That's unfortunate, though. You get to be up at 9 a.m.
It's fine.
That's an exaggeration, too. It's more like 9:30.
No.
That's no, if it comes out at exactly 9, you'd be fucked.
I'm gonna cry my eyeballs out, because it'll very much so be gone on Amazon. I'm just throwing all this at the wall. Does he also... Wait. He doesn't have his attorney's badge also? I didn't even think about that.
He's not an attorney.
He's not
I know, obviously, but like... That's so weird. That's so cool, though.
Okay. I don't know why you're doing this.
I want to check. You never know. What's wrong with being
As far
thorough?
as you know, he's not going to really react to anything, but you never know.
Yeah. Just want to be nice and thorough. The autopsy report, and I've already gone this far. What do you think about the body image?
I'm going to make it float.
I'm gonna make it float. Okay, yeah, so nothing from that, which is good to know. I'm doubtful that I could examine anything, really, but, you know...
I mean, you probably could, but you're not gonna get anything.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. The guard keeps stealing glances in this direction. And scratching his head. Maybe our resident magician showed him a trick or two. Examine. Smile. You're on candid camera. I just had to say it. Old habits die hard. Maybe I should do a few tricks for the viewers at home. Yes! Okay, yeah, nothing here.
It is what you always used to say when you click that.
Yeah.
We're gonna always be like, smile.
Oh, it's a little Phoenix man! He's a little Phoenix boy!
Yes. we get it. It's Phoenix. This is how it...
If you don't... I'm gonna gush about it, you cannot stop me.
Yeah, that is how it looked in the original games. Well, you didn't have this.
I didn't, yeah.
It never had a bottom screen, so...
Phoenix.
This was not possible.
Phoenix, right. Okay, the fateful truth.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent.
Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it.
Chloe's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows.
Does it?
Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation.
Yeah. Revealing what?
Zach Gramarye killed Magnify. It's as good as a signed confession.
That's certainly been public opinion state. The public's opinion on it.
I grow tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away?
As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also...
Yes?
Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine. Valent Gramarye has a tradition to uphold.
Is that true?
Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me. Verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
Really? Really? Blackmail! The suspicions on you hasn't lived entirely valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner. So I was... Does that mean...
So I was. But only Zach Gramarye followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what.
Who shot what?
Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
I guess so. It's more interesting. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnify has had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? I would also like to know that.
The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets.
They should when murders are. Ha! You're lying. Yes, dude. The Magatama though. Oh shit. I didn't think it would be that easy. Okay, the Magatama is back, and I love it. I love it so much.
The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight.
This is so interesting. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks of people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, I can steal their hearts. They'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Thanks, Maya. Oh, that's cool. It's got like a little lock on it too. What does this do? I saw the button I could press. It just activates that.
Yep, that is the lock button.
The trick up his sleeve. Anyway, seat of. I guess we could try this. I do not have the correct evidence, but I'm flying by the seat of my
You
pants.
will probably take damage, but here we are.
Well, I usually like to see what it's asking of me first and then back out. I'm assuming that I can do that here. That must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. Have someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. It's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it?
Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it.
Drugs are the real danger to society. You use these to inject drugs. I don't have it. Guns are the real danger to society. Okay. That's right. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork.
For the record, Phoenix did say somewhere to go first, and you just went somewhere else.
Well, I don't listen to him. Alright, that I guess is just end search. I've done everything here that I can. Yeah. Where did he say to go?
He said, like...
The offices.
Like, okay. He said, like... No, he didn't. He said he followed the results right after the trial.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, that was, like, where my mind was, like, first to go. But, I also was just, like, top to bottom.
I don't know why they put the detention center first, but it's fairly much told that you're supposed to start here.
7 years ago. District Court. I mean, logic would tell you the same thing, too.
Yeah, this is happening now.
Oh, boy.
What? Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Hey, Judge.
I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over.
Ah, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack.
There is one thing that I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom...
Game?
You cannot declare me guilty.
Why? For what reason?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Disappears.
Mr.
Enigma.
Defendant escaped. Find him quick. A bailiff. Close all exits from the building. On the double. He must not be allowed to escape.
When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate.
Hey, you there, sir?
What?
Down on the hands! Forward your head! Now!
What? Wait! Wait! What's the big idea? My ears! What? What?
No, what's the right personnel aren't allowed in here!
Wait, are you telling me it's actually him? That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed.
Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
This is the happiest I've ever been.
The legend himself.
We've met before, haven't we? Mike goddamn Meekins! What? On a case 2 years ago?
No recollection of that, sir.
Oh my god, this is insane. Sounds good, Ski Road. Huh?
For me, working on a case is always playing in the present progressive tense, sir.
Okay.
There is no past. There is only now, sir.
Okay. You're the bailiff, right?
Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your
Was
service,
he
sir.
actually the bailiff?
He was the bailiff for this whole... assuming, at least during that trial.
Where did that joke come up?
Well, because we were foreshadowing this.
Well, yeah, like, was you guys?
Y'all just did the bailiff. Like, I'm like, yo, you're the bailiff, and then he did the Meekins voice.
Oh, was that what? That's where that came from?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so mad, dude. This is the best. He was actually the bailiff. That's so funny.
We
Oh
did
my
say
god,
the bailiff was Meekins.
he's actually here. He's here.
He's here, and he's ready to kill
What?
again.
I've asked to meet with the bailiff of this court who let the magician escape.
Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir.
I literally cannot believe that it's actually Mike Meekins.
Me, sir.
It was actually Mike Meekins. But
Mitch
you were a regular
Meekins.
police officer once, right?
Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir.
I'm just so happy right now. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. Oh, no, I want to know all of the Mike Meekins lore! So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? Yes! The sprite!
I'm dying over here!
One of the many sprites that makes this man amazing!
Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir.
In what universe do you look for a recurring character to call back to, and you decide, yes, Mike Meekins?
If you remember, Rise from the Ashes was
A DLC
made
case,
between this game
Not
and
DLC.
the third game.
I do remember that, yes.
It was mostly just to introduce Emma as a character,
Yeah.
but also this guy cameos too in this game as well.
Let's go! I just can't believe that. I cannot believe that they would choose him. It's just, this is great. I love him
Out of
so much.
all the characters in Rise of the Ashes, the two so far of you know of that have appeared again are Emma and Mike Meekins.
This is the best! Where is Jake Marshall?
In jail.
Oh yeah, true.
And yeah, he did do bad things. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friend.
Attacked
my
Mike
girl,
Meekins. I don't think Mike Meekins
my
would like.
wallet.
I love Mike Meekins, dude. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Dude, we're talking to Mike Meekins! Let's go!
You are. I've been waiting for this one.
I don't think, hey, do you like guns? Can I shoot you?
Gun at him.
Any thoughts on this, Mr. Meekins? We have to see this dialogue anyway.
This is an honor.
To be shot.
Sir,
by
I've offered my opinions on plenty of things, even things I know nothing about.
True!
But no one's ever asked for my opinion before.
Ow! No need to shout, really! Jeez! So, no opinion?
No.
None. I know nothing about that, sir.
But I thought... Oh, never mind. My god, okay, I doubt that I'm gonna have anything that's present-worthy.
Me when no opinion.
This is so great.
Me when Mike Meekins.
Me when Mike Meekins escapes Kyogre's C tier.
Yes, he will, and you know it. The last time we meet, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. It's the same sprites.
Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this.
I know that I keep talking about this, but the last thing I would have ever expected if you told me Mike Meekins was showing up today.
That's why we kept saying he was the bailiff.
No, yeah, I get that.
Believe it.
Oh my god, my life is perfect. Thank you, Mike Meekins, for existing.
But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct.
This is so great.
I lost my case files 4 times. In 3 days, they fired me.
Oh my god. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing.
So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff.
Oh my god. But your uniform.
I took him with me as a souvenir the day I was fired.
Is that allowed? That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day.
I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity!
That's enough of that! The magician's disappearance. This is the best day of my life.
Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face!
So you saw someone suspicious coming your way?
Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down the hall, sir. That's Phoenix.
I have a diagram of the court building here. How do you, like, talk so normally to Mike Meekins?
It's difficult. Ah! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own.
Oh my god. Okay. Which way did Zach Gramery run after busting through the courtroom door?
He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant's lobby.
The magic man?
Swiftly, I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right there, because it was lobby number 2, sir.
You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here.
Believe it or not, sir.
Also, can I just
didn't
say,
believe it.
In Rise from the Ash, like the music themes that the people he shares his music themes with are Spark Brushel and Marvin Grossberg.
Oh my god, amazing.
They're 3 best characters. Here, this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke.
Stop!
Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
I do think that they like toned down that noise for since like the HD release or whatever, or like maybe they made it worse in the HD release. Actually, is what that means. But it's not as bad here, but it's still not a good noise. It's impossible.
They definitely want you to hurt when you speak to this man. Yes, that word! Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain.
His sprites are different, by the way.
I'm dying over here.
Well,
His sprites are slightly different because he does not have the bandages on the hand anymore.
oh yeah, I suppose so. Okay, I won't say it again. I promise. You have to admit it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby?
I searched.
Mike Meekins. Why the pause? Mike Meekins is going into S+ tier. It's official.
You know it.
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right. Nothing was here, sir.
How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? The vanishing trick. So Zach was in this room when he vanished.
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape.
White roses.
He ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, alright.
But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single piece of hide.
True. Button.
Sir, there was something I could do, but nothing, sir.
What about now? Button, please. Have any ideas?
Sir,
Can we just talk about this sprite also? It's a good sprite.
Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? What if this whole time, Zach Gramarye is Mike Meekins? Think about it. He's lying. He's lying. He is. I was right. Cyclops. I should have known. Luckily, Mike Meekins is weak as shit. His resolve is minimal at best. Disappearing trick. Let's see if we can knock this guy down a notch. Okay, Mr. Meekins.
If that's really your name.
Oh, dude, I forgot about the whole thing with the Cyclops where I'm an asshole. Alright, what do you know? Spit it out!
Hey! What was the atmosphere in here all of a sudden?
Oh, quit the bullshit! You know something and I'm gonna find out what!
You added your own curses and shit during this fight.
Yeah, Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How the hell did he fucking do it?
How the shit?
How the shit? How the fuck?
How, sir? Well, sir, I didn't say I, sir.
I was gonna say how the fuck, but I'm like, is that too far? No, nothing is too far for fucking Mike Meekins.
The I came to is that Eugh and I use the same voice for like Brushel and Meekins.
Maybe that's why I loved him so much. Maybe that's why I like so much.
Like it's the same voice. It's just
different
my
voices,
version of it
yeah.
and Eugh's version of it.
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something, idiot?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here, and listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Yeah, sir, did I just say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in that room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Hey, shoot the little girl. Take that!
Oh, you haven't looked at your profiles.
I haven't.
You have a lot of those. Sir! Ah. I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Lie through your teeth, why don't you? Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir!
You're weak.
Sir, that day, she was here in that room, sir. But he wasn't!
You mean, you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literal days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing! But it was now not to make it. I'm laughing. Oh, Meekins. He's just a walking disaster. Okay, just one thing, but if it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
And I'll give you one thing, Meekins, is that you're easy to laugh at. 7 feet. Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye, just as I find it hard to believe that anyone would just mistake you for someone who's smart. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? No. Just shoot him in the face! Does this trick look familiar?
Pop him.
I don't think I have it. Okay. I'll leave you alone for now, but I'm not finished yet. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. I don't know what that was. That was weird. I want to scream the thing. I need one of these to end so I can scream the thing. I've missed that. It's been so long. So how big was the gap between Apollo Justice and like the trilogy? Was it a couple months or something?
In terms of your streams?
Yeah. I don't remember. I think it was at least a couple months.
It was a little bit.
Yeah. But like it's been at least months from now since I've been able to really do this. And Phoenix is great. I get to play as Phoenix. I get to do this whole thing again. It's good. Alright, I guess we end the search here. I don't think I can examine anything here.
Let me check.
I don't think there's much that would do with examining, all things considered. I mean, there's
The
not really
last
much of
episode
anything
of Trials and
considered.
Tribulations was 8 months ago.
Really? Holy shit, so longer than I thought.
Well, you didn't start this until partway through Persona.
No,
like-
yeah, but
like-
still.
We started it 4 months ago, so it was about a 4-month break.
Yeah. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times. I never really looked at it until now. I guess my head was too stuck in the trials. Never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay, let's appreciate. Actually, it's pretty lame. Thanks, Phoenix.
Never going in there again.
I guess this door was officially a prop in Zach Grammary's last show. He passed through that lobby door and vanished, but to where? He choreographed that entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. Why? Can I examine plants? No, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This planned to see me grow from a rookie to an ace. To a has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding. I love Phoenix. I'm glad that they're still able to wonderfully capture Phoenix's.
They are, and now he's like slightly bitter Phoenix because of everything that happened.
I actually took a nap on my couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake! Yep. Never even sit on the lobby sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck.
Back when Richard Wellington hit me.
I love you, Richard Wellington. I don't think there's really anything of importance here. I didn't think so. Okay, goodbye.
It's all very good fluff dialogue, though.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. The Right and Co law offices, let's see. Dude, is Mia gonna be here? What if Maya's here?
Yeah. 7 years ago?
7 years
Mia?
ago. Right and Co law offices. Trucy's there, but in a different location.
Daddy. Ha, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I am fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all.
That's a young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show is today, after all.
Her first show is today, aka getting her dad the hell out of there. That's what that means.
Warren.
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Hello, Trucy Wright. I mean, Enigma, Grammary, who the hell are you? Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. I honestly have no idea how I got in contact with you, but I did. Welcome to my office. Where is Maya? It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I love you, Phoenix. I love Phoenix so much. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. It'll only be about 2 years.
Won't be long.
I hope. And then Trucy found a new father figure because apparently no one wouldn't that like
Dad
fall
never
on
came back.
wouldn't that fall on Valent? You know?
They aren't. I mean, he's like.
Oh yeah,
more
I
a
get-
family.
yeah,
He's a
yeah,
family
yeah.
friend.
He's not family.
They're
He's
not-
friend. Yeah, that's true.
They're not literally related.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like,
They're like close coworkers.
yeah. Phoenix, the absolutely amazing Chad that he is, sees this child as like, your father's gone. He didn't leave anything for you. That's kind of inconsiderate. I will take care of you because I'm an amazing person and everyone should love me. Phoenix is great. Of course. It's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like, or perhaps completely reorganize the place into some weird location.
Think about it too. Even if like Valent, let's say he wanted to, even he's still like the aftermath of the case right now is going on. Like
Yeah, that's
he
true
will
also.
be in the detention center
Yeah.
probably for a while.
Yeah, for sure. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. So weird.
Yeah, my voice connected is low. I don't know why. I don't like it.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what. I'm not familiar with this kind of situation. Hey, Graham.
Uh-oh, that's bad. I cannot hear or see anything that's going on.
That is a problem.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. I saw that. He said I could trust you.
Yeah, huh? Really?
So if I stay here,
Eugh, how long do you think we're gonna be streaming for?
I'd say like, I don't know, maybe another hour and a half at most. I doubt we'll go any longer than that.
Okay, I figured it was something like that. Hitting the chug chug, hitting the chug chug. What did you miss in the last all cases? Well, let me just give you a brief synopsis.
One second, I'm trying to figure out my internet.
Alright, go ahead. Should Eugh take Jersey?
Yeah.
What? I mean, I can read this part. Does that mean you'll be my family? I don't know how this is affecting my voice.
No, you sound normal.
Guess so. Yeah, you sound normal. Getting
You
weirder.
heard that.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you just call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy, if you like. Doesn't have to be today or anything. I love Phoenix, dude.
Okay, say, Daddy.
Trucy was just like, I am your child now. Goddamn live with it. That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunch. Lunch is at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, in this office, it's a little bland.
Trucy. How old is Trucy right now?
8.
Yeah.
She's 8. Oh my god, this 8-year-old.
A little color goes a long way.
Yep, she is.
Oh, Dad, you got fired from work, right? Don't worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
You're
She
8!
She is the
She's
boss.
adorable.
Oh no, she is for sure. But what the hell? Trucy, how old are you? Yeah.
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional.
Oh my god, this is the best.
Stick with me and you'll do just fine.
I've been talking this whole game about wanting to, like, understand things about Trucy and Phoenix. I was not expecting to see it firsthand, you know?
You get to see their relationship unfold.
And this is awesome. This is the best way they could have done this. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Hey, so you like dead bodies, Trucy? Hey, Trucy, see this?
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm still just training to be a magician. I can't make things disappear yet.
What?
I don't have the ability to make bodies disappear yet, but in one more year, I'll be able to make it disappear.
I'll be sure to be careful when showing evidence to magicians in the future. Oh, you will not be. What do you think about drugs? I don't know why I figured that would be this.
What are you?
That
What is your opinion on drugs? If you're a child, take a gun.
I need to check with the gun, you know? This is gonna be nothing also, but you know why not? Okay.
There's something obvious you could present to her.
Is there?
Yeah, your badge. But wait, look what you don't have anymore.
This was to your dad. Why are you laughing like that?
That has nothing to do with her.
Yeah? It has to do with her dad.
He's gone.
I guess I
You're
can
her dad now.
The Office and Daddy. Charlie!
Yep.
My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie is my only real job now. Wait! I have a child now! I can't feed Trucy like this! She probably needs more medication watering too, I'm guessing! Oh, this is the best! He takes responsibility of his child and has no idea how to be a parent! Oh my god.
Yeah. How old is Phoenix now again? He's like, what, 25?
Does he have a profile?
Something like that?
Hey,
No.
Apollo. I need to check
He's
these.
like 25, 26 or something.
Have
I
we
don't
seen
remember,
this?
but This is... Remember, all these profiles are 7 years in the past.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh wait, yeah, age 50. Yeah, I happen to meet.
He doesn't know him right now.
Yeah,
But right now, he would be 15.
Yeah.
Christoph Gavin. Incarcerated at the Central Penitentiary for murder of the Shady Smith. That was later. Idiot. I guess I could
so
look
many
at these.
people.
Yep.
Trucy's father, defended in a trial, vanished just before the verdict was announced. Zach Gremery's daughter already dresses the part of a magician to the hilt. Zach's young partner and understudy. The two of them on stage were a sight to see. Painter known for his illustrations. Poisoned at Drew Studio. Founder of True Gremery and a great magician. Mentor to Zach and Valant. Bailiff responsible for security at the trial where Zach Gremery vanished. Fucking bite vegans, the best. Anything else of any kind of interest? That's the window!
Yeah.
You can still see that hotel from the window here. Every time I
You
look
can
out.
sometimes. I see April May staring at me when I look outside the window.
She's just staring into like, I fucking goddamn hate that guy.
He's still in that hotel room. That's kind of weird.
Back on those old cases. I wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge. Did the music get like louder? It feels like it's louder than it was.
You got louder.
That's true.
I dig it really far out to you, Daddy.
Thanks. She must have learned a lot of words from her parents. That's gonna be a problem for you later, I guarantee it. An old movie poster that hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my ass out. Ah! Just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies. Really? They show it to her when she's a little older. Wait! What was it called again? Oh my god, Phoenix, the best. Okay, one more thing to look at here. My desk. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. I'm not crying! Just got some dust in my eye. Phoenix is going through a lot right now. Not to mention him just thinking.
He's suddenly an adoptive father. He's lost his job.
Thinking about the lost girlfriend from 70 years ago.
Thinking about old cases.
Yeah.
Thinking about getting hit by Richard Wellington.
A lot of
He is
memories.
thinking about that, and I also want to get hit by Richard Wellington. So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? I strive to get hit by Richard Wellington on a daily basis.
Good.
Get it on.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
You can at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy. I hate this.
Yeah, Daddy.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, well, he apparently thought it was. Wait, is that foolish pride?
Pride?
No, it's not foolish pride. My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate. Oh my god, the
Here's my
beginning.
idea. We'll make a new office.
The beginning. I mean, you know, I guess it does make
Law
sense.
doesn't seem so stiff, does it?
Because, like, he's not a lawyer anymore, so it's like, what the hell is the point in keeping it a law office? It can't be. So, Trucy just came in and was like, you know, we're not going to be using this for anything anymore because you're not lawman, so let's turn it into an anything agency.
Agreed. And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you would ask some people.
Maybe the problem is going around calling
I
it.
forgot how much he's going through it during this.
Yeah?
We should run an agency instead.
It is so funny.
You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
Professional?
Yeah. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gremery.
Directly descended? He's your father. What kind of an 8-year-old says directly descended?
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
Also not how that works. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Daddy. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Gremery?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Some of them, yeah.
Daddy 1 and Daddy 2.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. Biggest star of True Gremery, and they're big.
The Gremerys? They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently. Come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valant together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage, thousands drowned, and this
Yes!
giant trout came up the waterfall and managed to save one of the people who was drowning.
Let me guess. There's a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
Ugh. Shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen to me without Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he's unemployed. And he sucks at law, and he's fired at law, and he sucks at piano, but we haven't tried that yet. You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Dude. Interesting.
That is another big mystery that we haven't really brought up until now.
Yeah, well, I've said it a couple times, like, who is your mother? Mainly in reference to, like, if Phoenix is your dad, who did... what was the thing I said? I was literally like...
have you come out of?
Yeah. I remember specifically making the joke, like, who would fuck Phoenix? Like... And then we kind of figured out that ages didn't really work, all things considered. But before that, I remember that. There's only one person I can think of, and she is incredibly dead. You're a professional?
There's multiple people to think of.
No, one.
Yeah, it's like the thing that they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles?
Shut up.
Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand the way for kids. How stupid.
Trucy's actually a genius. Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician?
Sure seems like it.
I mean, she's smarter than any goddamn 8-year-old I've ever seen.
Pearl?
Yeah, definitely.
Pearl wasn't like this.
Yeah, she was. Pearl was definitely a kid.
Want to see a trick?
No,
Pearl
leave me
like,
alone.
The parts that Pearl, she was just sheltered.
Yeah, no, I mean Pearl wasn't stupid, but like she wasn't as smart as Trucy. I don't think.
She was smart for an 8-year-old.
Yeah, they definitely both were. But
no, yeah.
This is like a whole different level. Like Pearl was obviously spiritually genius in terms of her spiritual power, but like
yeah.
This is different.
They're both very mature for their age.
Very true.
I think that's just how things work in fiction. Like honestly,
I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of how they were raised.
Yeah. But like I feel like most of the time you're gonna get an 8-year-old in anime or something like that.
When you have Morgan Faye as your mother,
Yeah.
And obviously Zach Gramarye was like the strictest father in the world to Trucy. Like, you know, she like only studied magic every single day, and also the fine arts.
Magic.
And baby frogs. She lived with those.
and baby frogs. Those three things. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit.
Is this going to be the thing I need to present to my weekends?
Ta-da!
Oh, Mr. Hat, Mr. Hat. Look at Trucy without her hat on. She's adorable.
Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
I'm surprised that you can lift that thing up with your tiny 8-year-old body. Yeah! Mr. Hat. Oh, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
She's somehow cuter without her hat on.
Your friendly neighborhood, Mr. Hat. At your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Another like funny thing is like her moving her arm is a lot more obvious here, but like it took me a while to notice that Trucy like normally she like kind of moves her hand a little bit near her fanny pack or whatever for it. So she got better at that.
Yep, gets a lot better. That is a very good detail to notice.
Learn how routines do get a bit heady at times. Haha, get it? Heady?
Friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. The amazing Mr. That's the exact. Well, wait, actually, because that's probably what we need to present to Mike Beacons, actually. Because like tall man, looking like a tall man, the same exact outfit and colors and stuff. Let's talk about your mom. Could you tell me about your mommy, if that's okay? Could you just please refer to her as Mom?
Pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yeah. She was always there with Zach and Valance, smiling. and she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
So just like your dad, they must have both vanished to purgatory, and now they're together, and it's cute. Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot.
Okay, I feel bad now about saying that, because this is a serious
That's when
conversation.
Daddy gave me this, here.
You wouldn't see it, like, without really looking at it, or, like, looking at her, but she's got a lot of goddamn trauma, doesn't she? Like, parents, like, no way in hell that you're not gonna feel neglect from this. Clavier Gavin. I meant to say Christoph Gavin, but it doesn't matter, it's obviously a joke. This is your mother? She's pretty. That is the woman from the, one image.
Her name is Felissa. Felissa Grammary.
Felissa. Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy was
I
going
don't
missing.
know.
Now her daddy's vanished too? Right before her eyes.
Daddy, you won't.
What did I say about neglect? Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise.
Okay,
Abandonment
bye.
issues,
Hey,
too.
you can't even do magic. You like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
Yeah, you see, like, she even says stuff, like, similar to that nowadays, and, like, because you wouldn't, like, see from, like, the way she acts like that, but, like, that's trauma, you know? That's just trauma. That's...
I mean, both her mother and father disappeared when she was like 8 and
Yeah,
less than 8.
exactly.
So,
So again, that's just like that is going to lead to abandonment issues, like completely understandably and without a doubt. I guess all I rate is a backup plan. Trucy's locket added to the court record. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we have a family. We are a family.
We both have families individually.
We both have different families. Mine are just all gone.
All of them.
so are yours.
Yes.
Yeah. They're perfect, actually, as a family.
Yours just don't exist as far as the game is concerned. I just hope you're ready. The one person you loved died.
True.
The Write Anything Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
Yeah, so I imagine
they
they called it the talent agency, but then they weren't getting any talent, so they decided to go with the anything agency because they weren't getting anyone. What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes 2, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
I'm sure there's
Have more
something you're not
confidence,
good at.
Phoenix. Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? That won't do. Boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy-o.
Hello, Mr. Hat. I can't believe
Welcome to
that
the team, Daddy-o.
Mr. Hat has actual story relevance, and that's amazing.
I like how I've been saying Daddy-o for a while now.
Yep.
Mr. Hat just pops out with a Daddy-o.
Hey, Daddy-o.
The team, right? Mr. Hat having actual story relevance. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. I can tell by the way you're speaking. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. That's nice. That's really sweet, actually. But then who cares? It's time to go to the present. Oh no, that's a check mark. I never have to talk to Trucy again.
The law offices.
Yeah, you're at the law offices.
Oh, okay,
Now
so
you're given to complete the defendant lobby.
I do want to do that, but I want to go to Drew Studios first.
Okay, you do that for no reason.
It's not for no reason. I gotta check it out. 7 years ago, Drew Studio. Also, you know what else I'd completely forgotten about? They had, like, paintings of all of Apollo's cases, meaning, like, you know, because they were watching him.
Yep.
We still need to figure that out. I totally forgot about that.
There's a lot of stuff that is in this case.
I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. I figured
And you're gonna talk to the victim, presumably.
This is already, like, one of my favorite cases. Like, it's very much so up there. Might even be better than 2-3.
Oh.
Might have been better than the last case.
I decided on, it might even be better than 4-3. Decided on sooner. True Misham, was it? Misham.
Mishima. Call him Mishima. It's funny.
No.
I haven't done anything illegal. I haven't done anything illegal that you're aware of currently. Also, my daughter did all the illegal things. Who cares? Even though I'm an accomplice, which technically also makes it illegal. Just shut up. I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. And also beat you up. I suppose you have that right. Didn't he not let people in his house? That day, the entire courtroom sent into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching.
Remember what they said that that they moved to a new place.
Oh, right.
And that was when that they stopped letting people into their house.
Forgot about that. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix right, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely by his daughter. Yeah! This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. Sucky on the thumb time. She doesn't speak until 7 years later. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Sure, but first, what do you think about guns as the problem to society's problems? Mr. Measham, I was wondering if you could tell me about this. I've not been in touch with the outside world for some time now. I'm sorry, but that isn't much of an inspiration to me. Now he's a sensitive artist. I mean, I could show him this, because that's relevant to him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Ugh. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed my life, the life of an innocent man. Ugh. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. You have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. And let's talk. I needed to do that. What do you think about drugs as the problem with society? Okay, nothing. Probably not much else that really matters to you. Let's take a look around here. I can look this way.
Got a bit to explore.
I love how this is the exact same place. Oh, that.
It might be the same place. This might be after then. I might have lied to you a little bit.
You lied to him.
I did lie. Maybe accident.
Maybe I'll just sit on over here for a closer look.
I don't remember exactly when it happened.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like the exact same place. Ooh, hey.
I forgot.
What's this red envelope? Oh,
They just.
do not touch that.
Wait, I was gone. What were you talking about?
I don't remember when they like moved. Was it like?
They moved
just,
right
I think it just.
I think they just moved.
Yeah.
It seems.
I was gonna say.
That's it's quite important. Painter's face just changed hues. Guess I better behave. Though it's tempting to just grab it and run. They little tiny is there a stamp in there? It's an awfully small frame. What's that inside of it? A stamp. Not Phoenix. Apollo was right. Let's go. Please don't touch that either. I'll get in trouble with my daughter, who's also like 7. Do I have a? I do. I have a profile in Thalassa too. Falafel. Trucy's mother, still missing after her sudden disappearance. And Vera Measham, arrested on suspicion of poisoning her father. Drew Measham, currently on trial.
Adorable.
That's really funny, seeing that at age 12.
The brother is currently talking to you.
Yeah. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. Oh, shit. Ooh. Trucy's mother wears the same color as she does.
Future, yeah.
What if Trucy is her own mother from the future?
That's brilliant.
Of course!
What if, I thought you were going to say, what if that is Trucy's mother? And I was going to say, yes, we know who that is.
I can pay attention to some things. Dude, holy shit, what if that's Trucy's mom? That's Zach and Valance, the Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. And the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth, 2 of them! Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small.
Yep. Their whole thing kind of just collapsed. 2 of them vanished. The grandfather's dead.
Yeah.
Only
right.
Valance is left, really, and Trucy.
He's doing a good job, though. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end of her life, that is. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. Still, I wonder how she got her hands on it. Marvelous stamp, added to the court record. That is so cool. Like, look at this. Like, so many different intertwined parts of the case from Apollo's viewpoint is like, it's coming together with Phoenix, like, seeing evidence that he would have no idea has any kind of relevance. It's all coming together. It's so cool. I love it. I love this. No, I wanted to turn it around and touch the poison. Damn it. So we can check this, which is probably just gonna be
Gamer.
I can check Mr. Hat. Oh, it's just that. Okay.
It's just a screenshot of Mr. Hat being like, random.
This is you and Vera? Yeah. Yes. We took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been good at people, unfortunately. Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? I think I was Misha for one of the Phoenix lines accidentally. Hey, is this Apollo in the future? Is this case 402? There are some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay. They look kind of heavy. Oh! Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. If he didn't, like, you know, manipulate his daughter into doing illegal things and then doing that, I feel bad for him, almost.
If you're seeing why he did that.
Yeah, it's still not an excuse, but that's true.
I mean, like... Yeah.
Yeah, like, where are you gonna, like, but you know...
I mean, like, clearly he wants some money, but what does he want money for, you know?
No, his daughter probably is. If that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Use these gizmos.
Or just, I don't know, living. They don't seem like they're doing too great.
Yeah, he just wants, like, he's trying to do what he can.
Yeah.
Give them a life.
I didn't really think about it that way. I mean, this guy doesn't seem like a horrible dude. Those.
I don't think he's supposed to.
I think he is. Those aren't for painting. They're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. Hello, Kara. Thank you for the bid. I appreciate that. Is this all the same thing?
This case is so good.
I know, right? It's insane.
I'm just reminded of how good it is.
I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna say, like, for sure, but the fact that it could, like, in my mind, I could see this competing with 3-5, that's saying something. That's, like, really saying something. I'm not even done yet. Paints and pigments are lined up with the shelves, with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money.
They're not doing too great.
I can see how you'd want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color. As long as you have the 3 primary colors. Oh, that's a lie. Poor guy. Yeah, they want me to feel bad for him, and I will a little bit.
But will you buy his painting for 50 cents?
No, it's too heavy. Paints are scattered all around. Probably the ones he's currently using. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office, though. I guess that would make my office a masterpiece. No, I want to look at the shelf that's behind the court record button.
No!
I guess just like this, the table, and not that, because it's nothing. So, this, the table, and the door is all that I have. What's this painting here? Ah, that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course. I thought it would be good for business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food in my daughter's food.
He just says it there.
Yeah, exactly. Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet.
It's kind of funny. I never really thought about this before until now, but I think Drew and Vera kind of acted like a foil to Phoenix and Trucy in a way. Because,
yeah,
Trucy's, as we know currently, Phoenix doesn't have a job.
Yeah.
And supposedly, Trucy does these magic shows that actually makes money from them. So supposedly, she's actually pulling in the cash for Phoenix.
That is a really good point, actually. That's interesting. You're
I never
right.
thought about it.
I was kind of seeing the comparison with like the whole Phoenix doesn't have a job and he has to like provide, because he kind of said something about that, but I didn't think about that aspect of it. That's really cool. Oh, going home? He's not his man. Doesn't know his mouth. Going home by chance? No. I was just checking out the door. Oh, good thing I'm far too stubborn to take his hints like that. He wants you to leave, Phoenix. Going home. I was looking at the table in the book. I spit on myself. God damn you, Drew Misham. Okay, I can't look at the table, can I? That's just the door. Yeah. All right, let's talk, Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham. Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by where it only be. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That's why I began my other occupation, forgeries. And by you mean your daughter. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. That's... Some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work. Outside painting. What? I think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about this than I do. The mess is very hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not gonna be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. I already did. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That's not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as reference to reproduce what the client wrote. So does that mean that, like, the page that was ripped out of the book, there was, like, still writing there, but that was just used as a sample, and, like, he replaced it, kind of? It's possible.
We don't know.
Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? It was me. Or if it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, So I know that Vera was like, had fainted before she was able to say who exactly it was that sent them the request, but I still am very, very noticeable about the fact that she was super, super scared of Clavier. So it's very possible that she saw Kristoff, but he didn't. But I don't know how that would work. Cause like that, the way that she was staring at him, that was not just like, oh, he's a scary prosecutor, man. She recognized him. I think. It's all conjecture, but
Yeah, there's no way to really say right now.
yeah. So, there's more to that. Like, I feel like Vera knows. I feel like Vera at least knows who the client was, but Drew obviously doesn't. Oh, or maybe not. Maybe he's just lying. The psych lock. Of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Ugh. Let's give it a shot.
You got another one?
I feel bad about this, but... You're hiding something, you bitch. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Measham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the clients. It's true. When I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something! You have to be. Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Ugh. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Mr. Measham hiding? The sample. I want the sample. Yes, there was a reference. Why should I hide that? Huh? After the trial, I submitted everything to the court. My work, the sample page, everything. Can I have it? I can give you directions to the court if you'd like. That's fine. I know where the court is. I can't get that.
Ouch.
She was just trying to get me to leave. Sorry. I can sometimes be a little blunt. I made my stand. No backing down now. It's okay. I can handle it. Who is the... Well, actually, the forger... Yeah, if I had read that, I would have realized that. I just saw the thing.
Yeah.
I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it, then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psych-locks. Psycho-locks? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? They did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Versus a suspicious request? It was me. I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. It was just literally 3 seconds ago. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the psych locks. Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with the client. Fine. But someone else did! Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. I'm afraid you've lost me. Break. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I can't come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Meacham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at your studio is... Druzy. Take that! Take that! The real forger is your daughter, Vera Meacham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback. But you're shaking in your boots. It's obvious. I've got you now. The only 2 people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The psych locks tells me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho like myself. I'll make you wish you were never born. I did that before the other thing, but who cares? I said it finally.
Unlock success.
Ah, that felt nice. That felt very nice. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precious little girl, outshining her father. Though I suppose that's not hard when you're the father. Sorry, the psych locks are still in me. This is my bad. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio. She watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Nah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Because I was lying to you. Their face was covered. They did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. The little girl might know something about him. Your daughter! I love this. This is so cool. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. It was time to turn my attention to Vera. Talk to Vera, yeah? I have nothing else to say to him. Mr. Meacham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. Only one exception. Which was... Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. So that actually put some suspicion on Zack and Valent. Interesting. God. So if... Okay. There's a lot of like ways that this could not work, but if things are going the way that it seems like they are, which usually is not the case when I'm not close to the end of the case yet, but I'm gonna say anyway, if if it truly is either Zach or Valent. By the way, unrelated tangent to my unrelated tangent in the first place. Can I just say how cool it is that they have like last case, it was so obvious that it was Darian the entire time, right? Like there was not many other people it could be. But like this time, they've built up a scenario where there's other possibilities too, but like the two biggest possibilities, Zach and Valent, you can't really tell, you know, and like there's some kind of connection to both of those characters. Valent, you like Trucy knows very well, obviously, and like you met him in case 3, whereas Zach is her father, so you know you don't want to think that he did anything wrong. And like they're both so equally entwined. The time frame is so tight that you can't really give a definitive answer at this point one way or the other if it's Valent or Zach, and that is so interesting because like I can't really say one way or the other. And that's so cool.
There are a lot of possibilities.
It's great. But furthermore, if it is either Zach or Valent, and they met with Vera, they talked with her, one of the two of them talked with her, like she was laughing and everything because she'd know them, so that would make sense, unless she's also a big fan of the Christoph Gavin show. Like, that would mean that they sent...
I don't know if he has one of those, but...
The Christoph Gavin.
Yeah!
See on TV all the time.
The Christoph Gavin show. I'm like, he just made that up.
Well, I still have Christoph like very in my mind as a possibility here, so that's why I say that. But
absolutely,
you can't like that was like a big factor in your explanation. It was just common sense. So like, yeah, the Christoph Gavin show.
I'm glad you like that.
Yeah, the case wants you to have Christoph on the mind, though.
They do.
They showed you in the beginning cutscene at the end, all ominous. In your profiles, even though you haven't even spoken to him, no one's even brought him up, but he's in your profile.
They've done that very purposely, which again, you have like Christoph, you have Zach, you have Valent, and it's so interesting. But again, if it was Zach or Valent, what they decided to do was they talked to this little girl who's forging things, and then later they send this girl an envelope with a stamp that is poisoned that will kill her. So, unless it was, like, meant for Drew himself, which, like, you know, I guess it makes sense. He'd be the one checking the mail. But, like, one way or the other, they made it very possible. It makes it seem like that they were fully willing, whoever this was, whether it's Zach or Valent or Christoph or whoever, they were willing to poison a little girl. Which is not okay, might I add. So, that's telling to the villain of this case. Lots to think about. I love it. That was the first time I'd see anything of the sort. Back to the actual game after a couple tangents, though. Please, let me speak with her. All right.
This case just there's a lot of characters that have been like you've seen Valent before.
Yeah.
You've heard of Zach for a long time.
Right.
Like. You obviously know Christoph, like those are your biggest 3 possibilities right now, so
yeah.
It's crazy.
And then they throw in the wrench, and it was actually Phoenix, and he's been evil this whole time. It's gonna be tough. I love the way this plays out, because like, so often in this series, it really does boil down to, you know, one of 2 people, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but like with this case specifically, you have like that outlier possibility of Christoph, which they're very purposely keeping in your mind, like we said. But again, the close, tight-knit alibis of both Valent and Zach, which I've gone on about already, is just, you can't really tell one way or the other. They both are like part of that group. They would both make sense given that there's things that we don't know. So it's just incredibly intriguing.
Still got so many mysteries left to solve.
Yeah, that too. What do you think about drugs?
Child, here's this syringe.
I mainly do this, by the way, just to like see the default dialogue because I want to read that, but it's also fun to ask her about drugs. What do you think about this?
I'm glad you're really enjoying this case. You're getting really into it. That's what I wanted.
I am adoring this so far. Like I liked the first part, you know? It was like building up on a lot of things, but like the moment we start playing as Phoenix and things like really start coming together like that, this is when it got like insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was just a build-up. You didn't know it.
Yeah, that was the build-up. Like, seriously.
But yeah, that was building up to this investigation and that trial, and then the incoming inevitable final trial day of this game.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's interesting? Because I was talking also before about how, like, you know, this game is only 4 cases, but like we're kind of going through 2 at the same time here. So
you're solving 2 cases in this,
which is awesome. So you know, there's technically 5 if you want to think about it that way. I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention. But what? Gun, 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 gun. Okay. It's probably either gonna be the stamp or the locket that has the girl in it, but probably not that one. But I thought I'd do it anyway. Do you like stamps? And then there's this. Okay, that's me. My stamp. Hey! She spoke! She can talk! Yeah, so this stamp. How about I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Can I have it? I mean, I'd get her to keep talking. Isn't your grammar amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those 2, Zach and Valance. One of them is a murderer. I mean, they're, just so magical! Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic. The Grammary Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little, with Father. The Grammary's on stage. It was like a dream. I thought that said disappointing. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Melon, maybe? Oh, sure, yeah. All right. What are we gonna ask him before she changes her mind? Nice.
Woo.
Hey, but before that, talk to me about the forgeries, actually. I meant the other one. Their father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting. A lot. I was always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh, yes! And that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint, the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it in the computer. I haven't been 12, by the way. She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. I guess no one told her. Yeah, I bet she wouldn't like that.
Yep. She's inevitably the one that caused Zach to disappear.
That's interesting. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. True. Well, true, but there's lots of good people, too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? I wish everyone here also. I didn't realize until just now. I don't have a problem with it.
That's just how the tables turn.
I'm good with it. I like the tables. Since then, she's been... Well, you can see for yourself. Drew Measham is going to be like the only victim of a case that I actually put onto my tier list.
Yep, this case just is so much right. Even
Are you talking about Mia?
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, I guess that's true.
This will be the second time you put a victim on your tier list.
Yeah, even all the side characters, they get a lot of characterization. Like the overall plot is really intriguing. It's just
exactly.
It's really good.
She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on that. It's much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes. Was that the book thing? Or the sketchbook? Apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret! From that client, huh? Guess I've gotta hear about. Let's go with the stamp first. They're the best in the world! The music doesn't indicate that right now, though! Huh? Oh, you mean the true Grammary? Of course! maybe I should have asked this one before I talked about the other one, but they have it in a really weird order, so you can't really blame me. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it, yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. Was it? Okay, who was it addressed to? Was it addressed to Mish? Well, I guess Drew Misham is like both of you in that sense, so.
Misham,
Person, you mean that letter from the clients? Oh, we talked about the Grammarys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. God, you did a good job there. I gotta say, Vera, you dodged a poison. I was gonna say a bullet, but, you know, they're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on our good side. Barometer stamp, updating the court record. The client. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them. Well, what's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. I have to be an asshole to a little girl now? What the hell?
it's always a good time to be an asshole.
Gonna do some psych unlocking. I'm sorry, Vera, but the Magatama is infusing within me. You little bitch!
You little bitch!
Client.
Who was it that said that? You little... Was that the last... no,
maybe.
I think it was. You little bitch!
You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Maybe unreasonably so. Because they gave you this stamp. This little fucking useless-ass stamp. No, that's not why. Why are you being so mean to me? To listen to me, to my problems. The problem? That keeps her inside at all time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. Good luck charm? That your client gave you? You do realize that good luck as a construct is nothing but something that people tell themselves to make themselves feel better about certain events, right? Like certain things. You do realize that luck does not exist in this world, and this facade that you've created for yourself is nothing but your own brain trying to cope with the fact that you cannot even step outside your own door. Fuck you. Good response. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Drugs. God, Mr. Hat? I mean, the only thing it could really be was the stamp, but that's not how that worked. You know, the stamp they got in the letter. I don't think we know this yet. I'm gonna try the stamp anyway. I know it's not the answer, but I'm doing it anyway. You can't stop me. This doesn't bring good luck. I don't know what would. I see. Good luck charms are different from different people, I guess. Huh? What do you mean? If you say it's lucky, then it must work for you. That's the beautiful thing about good luck charms. No! Alright. See that?
You're right about it not working.
Everyone has a different way of breaking the news. That's the beautiful thing about being totally wrong. I think I know what you're my client. I don't actually know. Just get out of my face!
It's the drugs.
Your good luck charm. The drugs.
I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Bye, bitch.
Alright. We got a lot of things you could do.
The only thing that I can do right now is go to Mike Meekin. I don't think I can go to the present yet. I can't. Okay, yeah. I can present to Mike Meekins, and that's the only thing that I'm aware of now. Like, he might give me some new evidence. I do like also that it like checks out when you're done, you know? So you don't like think you have to go back and stuff. That is a very nice small thing.
That is different.
Let's meet Mike Meekins again! I love Mike Meekins, the man that I would absolutely never in any capacity be an asshole to.
I'm being possessed!
You son of a bitch! I know you know more than you're letting on! Okay, Mr. Meekins, what do you know? Spit it out!
Hey! What's the atmosphere here all of a sudden?
You know something. I'm gonna find out what the hell it is. That Grammar vanished from this room. How the fuck did he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say sir.
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and,
Quit with the stuttering!
Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir?
No. You screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was something else in that room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me whose ex-accomplice was. Your idiot mouth already gave it to me. I know who was here in that room that day. Take that! Take that!
Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean, you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing. But it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet. Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye, even someone like you. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? You guys ready? I'm gonna make you wish you were never born! It worked! That worked!
What's that?
The girl's favorite trick. The amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists.
Break! Get out of here, Mr. Meekins. I look successful. Sorry, Mike. I don't know what that was. The vanishing shirt. Let's talk about that.
I remember clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gramarye exited the courtroom. I keep chasing, cornered him in the corner room, sir.
Yeah.
Zach Gramarye, don't even think you can escape Meekins! Down on your hands! Floor on your head! Hello?
Seriously?
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir! Zach Gramarye, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramarye. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I really want to know Zach's motivations because I so badly... What happened?
What happened? What happened? I don't know. What did happen? Next time on Awokenkyoger.
I guess. No, but I really badly don't want Zach to be this asshole who manipulated his daughter into doing his dirty work to get him out of here. Because like, if he's a bad guy, he's literally using his daughter to escape from the scene of the crime just so he can abandon her. That is utter horseshit. Like, it's bad enough that you abandoned her for 7 years without a word, without a trace, but that would be something else entirely, so I don't want that.
I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that's the very same Zach came in this room.
But no one's in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, on the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him!
Mr. Hat?
I couldn't believe my own eyes! For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream.
A week-long dream. A dream that lasted a week, yeah.
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Ugh.
The trick vanishes. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. Zack. Well, actually, no, I guess that would have been actually Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of the lobby number 2. Tidy act, along with Mr. Hat.
And that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. And all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat, and voila.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest moments. Then I saw that cape, Zack Gremory's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir!
Mike.
All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries, wasted!
Oh my god, Meekins.
It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die! On the scattered remains of a maiden, messily eaten chocolate parfait!
Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case.
It's
I hit
an
my mic.
honor, sir! I've apologized to people many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me!
Mike Meekins, dude. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now.
Oh, is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
He's the best. Okay.
I was defended escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Gumshoe.
He's the
No,
one that
Guam.
you look up to?
I know it's Guamshoe.
Yeah, Guamshoe. The great detective Guamshoe.
He's the man that you look up to.
He is the man we all look up to.
Well, yeah, but not in our career paths. That's gonna lead to some problems. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. I don't know why I have it, but if you want
Because his now daughter.
Oh yeah, I suppose so.
It's an honor, sir.
Did he just like have one? Like he made one? Like
He's
Trucy said.
probably able to hand them out.
Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir.
But no one's
ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir.
How does he do that with his pinky without like it just? I mean, I guess it's not really that weird, but that hurts. My pinky's not very flexible. I look forward to it. So we figured that out, and we've got another thing done. All eyes were on Zack Gremory that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again. Phoenix, right. The Mike Meekins folder!
Mike Meekins route complete.
The Mike Meekins route complete. Here we are!
The Borscht Bowl Club.
Should we do this, or should we,
You should do a little bit of this.
We can do this first one here, and then
Yeah, go ahead.
probably end it.
Yeah. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club.
Now, present day, Borscht Bowl Club. I'm curious here. Hey!
I'll be taking my leave.
Christoph Gavin!
Still have some work to do back at the office.
So I am Phoenix right now still then. Okay, I thought going to the present I would be Mr. Apollo. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. I still might eventually, or again, maybe I'm just Apollo playing as Phoenix in this simulation? I have no idea. That'll be answered later. What's going to have to go back to my piano?
To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing.
God, I hope so bad you have Cyclox so I can call you a bitch.
This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later, then.
Your brother's way better and hotter than you. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Imagine if, like, you treated real people, like me, I guess, the way that I treated fictional characters. Imagine if I, like, talked that way to real people. Just like someone's walking out the door, and I'm like, your brother's way hotter and better than you.
I mean, I'd be slightly concerned.
Rape people in real life. I'm like, oh man, like I'm talking to someone, I'm like, oh man, this guy's totally a B tier. Do you know who I am? Oh. Who I am? No. But if you hum it, I can play it. I'm just kidding. I don't do requests.
I'm gonna voice this person, by the way.
Gee, I wonder why.
I don't. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards.
Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night of the keys.
Anyway, I know when we're stopping, and it is not after this one.
Okay.
You know when it is.
Do you? Do I?
I'm gonna be quiet for a second. Eugh.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I know exactly.
And let Eugh let D&D people know how long that'll be too.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
That's not far. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I seek a true competition. I've heard of this Borscht Bowl Club as the place for this.
Scott found like some really like. I'm gonna be so angry at him. This is gonna be like some like cliffhanger, son of a bitch.
Whatever, don't worry about it.
No, I'm going to worry about it. You can't stop me.
I now see the rumor is true.
This guy had a role in the first case, right? I don't remember what.
He was the victim.
I thought he was the victim. That is
Who killed him?
incredibly interesting.
Yeah, who killed the first victim?
Wasn't that Mr. Christoph Gavin?
That would be correct.
Yeah.
No.
Leaves you a lot to think about.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. What are your motivations, dude? I need to know about.
I don't know if I said that yet, but I will say. Now I see the rumor is true.
Yeah. I need to know about Christoph and his motivations. And this is a friend of yours?
Don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
He's still pogging.
He will not be playing tonight. This is my character area.
Yeah, fair.
Your character area was
cameo.
Yeah.
When his business is finished, I shall send him home.
I will say, we made sure to just pace out the character voices for this section almost perfectly.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah. You had your time to talk. This is my time to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you'll be talking too, but...
The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Phoenix Wright, the poker champion. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. The guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? Nah, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. Real players carry cash. And they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room.
The hideout, yes, but before we go...
Yes?
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brushel. Spark Brushel. News reporter.
Oh, I'm
No. Phoenix Wright.
Huh?
You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am.
Have we...
Today, in this courtroom,
What?
you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
Today I will die.
I am talking about this.
Zach has been dead this whole time. At least since the first case. Mr. Enigma!
Defendant escaped. Find him, quick.
For the 12th time we're doing
Have a
this.
bailiff. Make it. Close all that gets from that
How
building.
did we see this today?
On the out double. He must not be allowed to escape.
Haha.
You can't be. You're... Zach Grammary?
Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I've had only an audience of one. You.
Zach Grammary? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life.
You there.
Her!
Huh?
Her!
Yep, Scott also voiced her.
Yeah. We will play soon. Ready the room.
Did you guys double check that?
I will be preparing the hideout for you.
The woman who's secretly a dice girl? Are you
She's
really
secretly
her?
not me.
Yes. The Zach Grammary? The Zach Grammary?
I am Shady Smith. Remember this.
How many years has it been now? 6?
In exactly 3 days from now, it will have been 7. I caused you so much inconvenience, I fear.
Yeah, you could say that again.
Is she well? Trucy, I mean.
She's fine. I got her working already. I hope you don't mind.
I hardly need to express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards.
By which you mean poker. Those eyes. He's serious.
I despise losing above all else, and so I have decided that I will win tonight no matter what it takes.
Even if it takes my life. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary.
Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And you. Dude,
What the frick? Do I have anything that I would
Dude.
even present him?
dude,
Drugs! Good
Dude.
drugs. Mr. Zach, could you tell me about this?
Mr. Wright. We meet for the first time in 7 years, and you offer me this. Please.
Give me drugs,
You're the
please.
first time in 7 years, and you offer me a goddamn needle. What
You
the
offered
hell?
me the needle. People tried to accuse me of murder with...
I still have it with me this whole time.
I've been waiting to inject you with heroin.
For 7 years.
This guy's a hard sell. Probably won't get a rise out of him unless I show him something real interesting. Gun. No.
No, please.
Guns aren't interesting.
I'm not my friend. I won't.
Hey. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother.
How did you come by this?
Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone.
Then it is so.
Huh?
She is gone. What more is there to say?
What? Why are you still here?
I know.
You're still here?
According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifica Ramirez, only daughter, end quote.
Yeah. What? Miffy's daughter. Is that true, Mr. Zach?
Brushel, you say too much. What? Why? Am I the bad guy? Why?
Zach decked him. Oh shit.
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over.
The Lhasa Grammari. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather some more evidence, clearly. Cool.
No idea who she is.
Mr. Hat. Probably nothing else of real importance. Hey, wait, actually this. No, okay. So, in that case, I guess let's take a quick look at examining things. Hey!
Worst Bowl Club.
This is grape juice. Is it refreshing?
I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Sometimes I like to grab it like this, but other times I like to grab it like this.
Sometimes I really want to beat someone over the head with a grape juice bottle.
Right. There is something inside that bottle.
Huh? It's my business card.
You aren't surprised at all? Perhaps you don't like magic.
I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. You must have my piano!
I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played.
I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you could help me with. Do you think you could make the piano disappear? It'd help out in a lot of ways, really.
You say the funniest things with the straightest face.
People always tell me that. Except I wasn't joking. Table. I guess that's pretty much it in here, yeah? Just the table. No, table! One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano. Which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is.
What do you think about ukulele?
Also, Eugh, did you tell people things?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out exactly how long we have.
The sound is sight, the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele.
A ukulele in a Russian restaurant?
Then you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant.
Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion.
I give up.
Nice. Alright, let's talk to this guy. The meaning of competition. We competed that day, 7 years ago, too.
Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue.
2. Anyone talking right now?
1.
Showdown time.
Showdown time.
I lost.
I lost.
It's only a game of poker.
You're that
Game
a
I
game I
played
played for a long time and only lost
I
twice.
don't know who's talking. Who
I
was the
know.
first?
The man I killed, of course.
You
I
choose
know.
your defense. Yeah, you choose your defense attorneys by playing poker.
Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see one man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do.
Trucy's power.
Trucy, she's in a class of her own.
For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. She sends me signals.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. Might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is?
Judging by reading a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performer's magic. But those in Trucy's line, they possess far greater skills.
Her line?
Recall, you were the second man to whom I lost. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it.
Wait, so you're saying her power's genetic? It's just in the Grammary blood or something?
Blood.
Hey!
I am sorry. He said sorry. This is not told lightly to outsiders. I don't know why I reserved, I don't know if I should say that. Whatever. And it is nothing you need to know at this time.
It's some kind of Grammary secret then? Fine. First let's talk about Trucy. What's my shoelace?
What is Trucy? She's 15 this year?
She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know.
I'd say we probably have 20 minutes left.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I said the same thing.
Quappy's raiding with a party of 3. Hi, Quappy. How's it going?
Hey, welcome.
Welcome,
Probably
everybody.
got some time left.
Yeah, we got another like 20 minutes left.
Yeah, we're nearing the end. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause.
Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go?
Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this.
This. That.
A transferal of rights. You see the signature?
A transferal? That's Magnifi Grammary's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. Recipient? Zach Grammary. I hereby give all rights to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grammary.
Yes, it is I.
Wait, this page looks torn.
You recall the diary, yes?
Of course I do. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Oh, wait. Let me see that.
This is so interesting. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge.
This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night.
You could have told me this earlier. Like, 7 years earlier.
Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape for that courtroom.
Transferal of rights.
The greatest Magnifi illusion are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only his bearer may perform his illusions on stage.
This whole shooting thing, like, Magnifi, or whatever the hell his name was, Mr. Grandpa Man, this guy, yeah, Magnifi. Like, this must have been a test for Zach and Valent. The shoot thing, you know, like him telling them to shoot him, rather.
Yeah.
That must have been a test. And apparently Zach won? Passed. That's the word. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're a disciple.
As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir.
Rightful?
I'm sure that you know who I chose as my successor.
Me? Your daughter?
That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel? Sir, here you go.
What's this?
A letter of passing the rights I've inherited to Trucy.
Right! We didn't know how Phoenix got that.
Yep.
That's what
I
that
would
is?
have you sign here as a witness.
Yep.
But-
I mean, he...
Oh, that makes so much sense, though. Because, like, how would he have gotten that as the whole thing?
He's had it since
The
case one.
victim of case one! This whole time!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
It is all the underlying mysteries
Little
from
area.
case one coming out here.
Exactly!
Case one was barely solved.
Yeah, right.
They just pretty much figured out who did it, not why they did it.
Yeah.
But we don't know why.
We don't.
Yeah.
We don't.
That was one of the biggest things in that trial specifically that Apollo was like, could never find out a motive from him.
Yeah, I think he mentions it at the end. We never did find out a motive.
You need a public notary besides.
Oh, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize.
Interesting.
When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight.
Transfer of rights added to the court record. That's so cool.
Trucy now has the rights to all the secrets.
That's good, because I was worried about something like that, because he's dead now. So, at least there's that.
Yeah.
Finally figured it out. Now I know why you come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said.
Well, precisely.
7 years. There's a law that covers your situation.
What were you saying, by the way, about the victim being on your tier list?
Oh my god, you're right. Oh, that's
Yep.
funny. That
You have two victims of this game on your tier list.
dude, the intertwined, this is awesome. It's so cool.
You should also remember hearing about this law before, too.
Of course I have. 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. And then you died anyway, so does it really matter? Does Kristoff, like, want the magic rights or something? Not to mention all of their possessions.
Exactly. That is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document.
This is so interesting!
Before my 7 years are up.
God, I cannot believe how entwined every little piece of Case 1 is to this. It makes sense, but like, oh my god, it's so cool.
You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance.
Do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically?
Not in this case, I'm afraid.
In this case?
Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grimmery. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grimmery, and Valiant Grimmery. Not Trucy.
Boom, boom, boom. I see. So you do need this document.
I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust.
Interesting.
Now, only 3 know of my rebirth.
I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background and found you had no other close kin.
It is as you say.
Okay. Was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother, she's...
This was your intention to present the locket to him.
Yeah.
Well, the prelude may be longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition?
Final? Why?
As you said, I have come out to hiding to make this document legally binding.
Also, I'm going to die today.
Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground.
Without seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose.
It's just a rumor.
Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve.
Well, good thing I'm the ace attorney.
As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think that a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes.
Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up?
That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your preferred record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned.
God! Oh my god, that is so cool! That makes so much sense based on like the you know, the whole card switching thing and like all that with Case 1 and like why he was so adamant about ruin. It's so cool. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards.
Brushel, you may leave.
I can't believe it was Spark.
But it's your last game. What a scoop! I punch and I punch, but it's not enough. I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, nice meeting you, Piano Man. And let us begin. Dealer. You will be witness to our competition. It is an honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around before?
That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe it was his name.
You know him?
After a fashion, listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a crew competition. Remember this!
The Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again. Dr. Brushel! That was clear.
Yeah, so you gotta go talk to Brushel.
And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach begun that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Grammary knew. How?
Also,
Why?
you didn't get to do his psych-locks.
Nope.
You
They
don't get
just
to do that.
pushed you out of here.
Yeah.
Can I just not?
Now,
No, okay, well no, I wasn't...
No.
You can go back if you wanted
yeah,
to,
yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah.
I figured as much.
but you don't have to.
I definitely will. I'm just assuming I'm going to need to come back to
But
that
this is
later.
where you're going to end things today.
Okay.
Solitary cell number 13.
Wait, in there or before there?
In there.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
going in there.
Okay.
Going in. to the belly of the beast.
Oh, present day Central Prison solitary cell 13. Who would have a cell like this? Only one man.
Well, well. Isn't this an unexpected surprise?
Hello there, Christoph.
What errand brings you down to my cramped confines?
Gavin.
Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? That's you.
No, this version is.
Oh, fine. I guess I'll
Me,
read it.
this version is me actually because I was Phoenix.
What the
Oh
fuck?
my god.
Oh my god.
Like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed except my voice multiple times during this game, and all I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction.
Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
Christoph, Gavin.
You look well, Phoenix Wright.
You too, Gavin. So, am I going through with this, or are we stopping like
Yes,
here?
You're going through.
You're going until you leave this area. I
If
think.
you say so.
Maybe a little bit before that.
Do I have
don't know.
to? Do I have to present anything?
Do you? I don't know.
I'm asked because I don't want to spend too much time.
Just talk to him.
Okay. Well, I do want to see the one
No,
dialogue at the
it's-
very least.
The syringe?
No, just the
You wanted to-
default.
Oh, okay. Okay, you just have to. So instead of presenting everyone of your badge, you have to present everyone drugs.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think about this, Gavin? Look at that sprite.
I hardly need remind you that I am not a free man.
And only free men can do drugs.
I care little about the outside world, save advances in chair technology.
Okay. No information forthcoming there, I guess. That's funny. God, this man. Okay. Gavin's murder.
Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours.
And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was?
Who he was.
Zach Gramarye. You know, the defendant.
I remember him.
Look at the
Of
lighting on his
course.
face, by the way. Look at that evil shit.
But you say Smith was Zach. Impossible.
Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence.
What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think?
After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not
You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough?
Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. The 7-year-old case. You recall that case 7 years ago, correct?
Ah, yes. A trial where Zach Gramarye pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it?
That was when I met you, wasn't it?
Was it now?
The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous. Save for one dissenting opinion. Yours.
It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that situation. In that position, after all.
For 7 years we've been friends. Yet I still don't understand you.
Right. Your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you?
Honestly, right now I'm not sure what to think. Interesting. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it.
Persistent, aren't you?
I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Grammary mentioned your name, Gavin. You could have met Chris. You would have
That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name.
After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Interesting. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No. Zach Grammary! Cyclops! A lot of it. Oh, God. He's got a different Cyclops color because he's a bitch. Whoa! Never seen Cyclops like these before. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things?
Something wrong, right?
No, it's nothing.
You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know.
He's doing his nails? With that? Why?
And
I
that's
don't know, but that's
where we're gonna leave it.
The cliffhanger of Christoph Gavin doing his nails.
The Christoph hanger of what the fuck were those Cyclops?
That is very interesting. I like that a lot. Okay, I'm gonna save again.
What a man!
I guess for now so didn't we believe that, like, or at least maybe I just did, but we knew that Phoenix had called Christoph during that situation to, like, provide help, but in case one, it kind of seemed like he did that to set up this mastermind plan to, like, get him convicted, you know? That's what it seemed like back then. That felt too smart for Phoenix as it was, but, you know, a lot can happen in 7 years. Then, but we see that. Now
we're playing as Hobo Phoenix right now.
Yeah. So, like, was that an actual call for help? And he didn't realize that Christoph was going to do something like that. Like, maybe that call made him realize that that was Zach Grammary, so Christoph came in and killed him. What the hell? We'll examine the cell next time, Diego. I'm definitely not going to forget about that.
Christoph had already killed the guy before, if you remember, before the call.
Oh, no, yeah, duh.
And then Phoenix heard him say his, like, bald head, but that's how when Phoenix realized that he was the killer.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, never mind with that. But, so that call must have initially been, like, an actual call for help, because Christoph had helped him when no one else would at one point. But then, you know, he realized stuff and had to work to get him convicted. Case 1 is infinitely better after this.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that case 1 is probably one of the best in the series. So
I can see why. Like, I know that people, like, had mentioned how good it was, but, like, you know, I was like, it's all right. It's definitely better than the 4 that I've seen, or the 3 that I've
just
seen.
don't really get it.
You don't get it until now.
Till this
You
point.
really do not get it until now. God damn. I've gone on and off about the whole, like, Christoph versus Zach versus Valent whole thing. I cannot wait to see who, like, the real mastermind is entwined within all this. Because, I mean, like, obviously, this guy killed Zach, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, he came up and sent the stamp and killed the other guy, you know? It's just like, they could be two very different cases that are just very linked because of a couple different things, but they don't necessarily lead to the same culprit, you know? So, we'll have to see. But one way or the other, they're incredibly entwined, whether that's in killer or in just nature. We'll have to see that for next time. I adore this case so far. This is absolutely amazing. Next one will be our last, question mark?
Yes.
Yep.
Next one might be a little longer, but next one will be our last.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll make sure to not have anything after that one. So
Yeah, I didn't
next
think you had one after this one until yesterday.
we did.
So I thought it was the perfect opportunity to play Wizard 101, but no.
God. So jeez.
What? Yeah, you.
I think I've done a lot of like talking throughout the stream, so I don't have too much to say. I also don't want to like, because people are waiting for me and Eugh, so I don't want to like go on for too much. The soundtrack is very cool. This is like a very, this feels very
Mellow.
Kristoff, doesn't it? Very mellow.
Yeah.
I've said a lot of what I'm thinking, but like this is crazy. As always, there is the Discord and the panels down below. Y'all can join that, and I'll let you know as soon as the last game of this, or the last stream of this game is gonna be. After that, I'll be on break for a little bit, but look forward to that. We've got one more stream on this. It's crazy. Thank you all so much who came out today. Quappy for the raid near the end there. Screw Road, Diego, Kara, who donated a bit. Graham, thank you all so much. Scott and Eugh, thank you.
You're welcome, and goodbye, everyone. Make sure to join the Discord and subscribe to Awokenkyoger.
I adore this game. Didn't get the Joy-Con. Maybe I will later once it goes live. Didn't happen during the stream though.
This is probably my favorite stream so far.
Oh no, right? No way, no way in hell it's not. Oh, just again the concept of like going between the past and the present, like as Phoenix here. Just like that concept is so cool, but like the execution and how well it's entwined between case one and just like how it just works. And how well that is also answering all of the questions that have been underlaid throughout the entirety of the game. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. I guess that's it for now. Thank y'all again as always. I'm just in the stream because I'm bad at that. We'll see y'all next time. We're gonna see more of this guy right here. We're gonna see more of him. We're very much gonna see more of him.
The man.
It's gonna be nuts. That's for later. I'll talk to you guys soon. For now, it's goodbye time. I'll see y'all later.